the regular meeting of the Electoral Area Services Committee for May the 6th, and I've just got some preliminary notes to run through before we go to adoption of the agenda. I'd just like to note that we're gathered all around the territories of the Coast Salish speaking, or Coast Salish people and the Nachalnath people. I would like to ask everyone to turn off or mute any of your other electronic devices that may ring or go off during the course of the meeting. I would also like to ensure that everyone, during the course of the meeting, it works best if you keep your mic muted until you are about to speak, and that works best, eliminates background noise and feedback. We will be today going through record votes via a show of hands. We've got everybody up on screen. The gallery view works. In the event of a close vote or a problem with transmission delays, we may go to the raising of the hands and the electronic vote in the participants page, where everybody knows how to do that raise hand, lower hand. I'm hoping we don't have to do that too often today. And given that there's a lot of things to multitask with here as your host and chair of the meeting today, I will be doing my absolute best to keep an accurate, ordered speakers list. I think we've got lots to talk about today, but I would just ask everyone to please be patient, and if you feel that you've been missed, I will wave on the screen and I will give you a thumbs up as to whether or not you're on the list. I will attempt to read out the next three speakers. And I would like to ask staff that are on the call as well that if you feel the need to jump in or provide us with some support or information, activate your camera, give us a little wave. I'll acknowledge and recognize you when it's your turn to jump in and speak. So given that, we have a pretty intense agenda today. There's some interesting things that need to be covered, and I think there's a fair bit of work ahead of us. I will be watching the clock and asking legislative services to watch the clock as well. People are finding the 90-minute long sitting periods a bit long, so we're going to try and break it an hour. So with that, I would turn to Ms. Legault. We've had a significant number of additional items. I think they have been made available to everyone. But I do believe we have some changes to our agenda, and I would turn it over to Ms. Legault to run us through those changes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The supplemental items you're referring to, there are 5 pieces of correspondence that were distributed to directors in relation to item R3. Item R4, DVP 19H03, has been deleted at the request of the applicant. And we have 1 item of new business, item NB1, which is a staff report on public consultation on development applications during the COVID-19 public health emergency.
We've all heard those noted agendas. I'll turn to Director Acton.
Oops, sorry, thought I was muted. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm sorry, I thought that all that correspondence that just came in, it was just recently, was for the item that was pulled, and I have not looked at that, any of those emails. Will we have a chance to do that before that item comes up, or is there any reason that it has to be on today, or is the correspondence unnecessary?
I would suggest that we may have to break briefly to allow directors to peruse some of the information that's just come in as of late. I think some of it is going to be summarized in the public input period at the beginning of the meeting. So if we get through R2, hopefully we'll be back about to that 60-minute break time, and we can take a few moments to peruse the new information. Director Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If it's any help to Director Acton, as far as I am aware, the extra things that came in were all positive as far as that application was concerned. I'm fairly certain I didn't note any objections to that application, if that's any help.
I think we'll go through our first two items. I think our one looks like it'll be a fairly involved one, and I think we'll try and provide Director Acton and anybody else that hasn't had a chance to review all the materials to take a look during a first break. So with that, Ms. Legault, I believe we're looking for a motion from the committee to adopt the agenda as amended, correct? Moved by Director Salmon, seconded by Director, I see Director Kuhn nodding against, but I'll go seconded by alternate Director Haim. Discussion on adoption of the agenda. Did Director Kuhn want to weigh in at this point? Director Kuhn?
Yes, I thought you were going to move item 11 up.
Director Kuhn, that's it. The chair has the prerogative to move items around at any time during the course of the meeting, and that was my intention, is to, once we've got past the guests that will be participating in R1, we will look at where we are as far as time, but we won't leave that particular item to the end of the agenda.
Thank
Does
you
that work
so
for
much.
you? Excellent. So we've had a mover and a seconder on the adoption of the agenda as amended. Call the question. All in favor? Are there any opposed? Director Nicholson, was that an in favor or an opposed? Okay, that's an in favor. Thank you. We really have a bandwidth lag time on that with Director Nicholson, so I think we'll have to be slow and patient on this meeting today. Next item on our agenda, we will go to any business arising from the minutes. Ms. Legault.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, pardon me, adoption of the minutes, sorry. We have minutes of the meeting of April the 15th. Do we have a mover? Moved by Director Yanni Donardo, seconded by Director Kuhn. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Are there any opposed? None opposed? Motion carries. Ms. Legault. Now, number 3, any business arising from the minutes?
None, thank you.
Now we go to public input period, and just a quick note that we have several items that are before us, or before Ms. Legault, that she will be reading out. Our policy is a 15-minute public input period, 3-minute per individual providing input. She has some assistants in the room there to provide that timing. So with that, is everybody ready to listen to the input being provided by the community? Excellent. With that, Ms. Legault, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first item is from Cliff Evans of Shawnigan Lake. On today's agenda, report R8 is a development permit application for subdividing 2 parent parcels on Goldstream Heights Road into 5 fee simple lots pursuant to the South Cowichan Rural Development Permit Area. He quotes the recommendation in the staff report, then indicates there is a Ministry of Environment contaminated soil deposit area right across the road from this site. This site is being investigated by Vancouver Island Health Authority, as the residents living next to the contaminated soil site have excessive lead in their drinking water well. The owners of this property being subdivided might want to have their wells tested for all metals and hydrocarbons before subdividing and making such a large investment. Perhaps the new CVRD Water Protection Program should also investigate this aquifer in partnership with the Shawnigan Basin Society. The second item is also with respect to item R8, and it's from Bernhard Yerlink. Dear Mr. Chair, before giving approval to development permit number DP18B14, the Electoral Area Services Committee should ensure there is potable water on this property. I note that almost directly across the Goldstream Heights Drive is a property whose well has been contaminated by lead at over 5 times the approved water quality guidelines of BC. This contamination may be related to the presence of a neighboring landfill site deemed to be a contaminated site by the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change Strategy. It is very possible that the property being considered for permit approval may also have their groundwater contaminated with lead and other undesirable chemicals. The next item is in regard to item R10, and this is from Davin Reed of Sunrise Road. Please accept this public input for the Electoral Area Services Committee meeting in regards to the proposed subdivision on Barnum Road. As the property owner immediately south of Lot 1, I'm surprised that the 1.2 hectare park does not encompass the low-lying area immediately to the east. That is a virtual river of toads during the summer migration. The next submission is from Julia Newton, also on R10. Good morning. Why has such a small amount of parkland been allotted in the Wake Lake Barnum Road lot 8 lot development? The area is full of wetlands, is a major migratory route to the western toads. Next item is from Laura Warren, Hanks Road, also on item R10. I'd like to know why we as a community are not putting more value on our ecosystems. Why is the prerogative to squeeze the maximum dollar value out of this existing parcel by chopping it up into as many legal lots as possible? We all stand to lose something far more valuable than one person stands to gain. Wetlands are sacred. As we slowly allow the fragmentation and encroachment on these important areas, we lose something we can never get back, a system that is life-sustaining. Wetlands store water from rains during the wet season and slowly release it during the dry season, easing flooding and the effect of drought. With the increasing weather extremes we are experiencing, especially here in the Cowichan Valley, it is critical that this natural process remain intact. Wetlands are essentially Earth's kidneys, filtering sediment and toxins from the lakes, rivers, and streams. Additionally, wetlands provide a home to many unique species of plants and wildlife throughout the year. We know for a fact that threatened species are inhabiting the wetlands in the subject property. If these wetlands are not protected, we stand to lose unique plants and wildlife that will only become more and more scarce until they completely disappear. A 30-meter setback and covenant will not stop a landowner with limited environmental awareness who is set on using his land for his own benefit. The "it's my land, I do what I want" attitude is rampant, and ultimately we will all suffer for it. It's a classic tragedy of the commons scenario. How will the CVRD ensure that the property owners aren't pumping water from the wetlands in the drought for their own needs? How will the CVRD ensure that the building owner is not actually developing within the setbacks once a permit has been issued and the main building has been built? How will the CVRD ensure that the western toadlets are staying within the boundary of the plotted migration routes each year and the increased traffic will not negatively impact the already dwindling western toad population? Will construction be allowed to occur during toadlet migration? How will the CVRD ensure that more peat is not ripped from the wetland for a financial benefit? Covenant and setback is ultimately just paperwork. Once the damage is done, it's done and we all lose. As a professional agrologist on leave, I see how this development meets the minimum government requirements and gets a pass. But as a forward-thinking human with a personal opinion, this subdivision will set the wrong precedent and put the wealth of one individual above the wealth of the greater good. We are slowly killing ourselves and our children by death of 1,000 cuts. I'm sad that Lot 5 is being considered. My personal opinion is that the CVRD should buy the entire existing lot and keep it as a park. I would personally pay higher taxes, help fundraise whatever needs to be done to make it. If that is not possible, then the lesser of evils would be to merge Lot 1 through 3 into one lot, and Lot 5 through 7 into a second, and let Lot 8 remain as is. Give this wetland system a fighting chance. Our governing rules, regulations, and bylaws need an overhaul, or the Cowichan Valley will be lost to the next Langford. Thank you. Item 6 is from Clayton Frost, Urban Drive, sending my thoughts on the proposed across from Wake Lake. I've had a chance to look at the PLA, and from what I see, a few of the lots are directly on top of a major western toad migration area, where over the past 10 years, I've noticed there is a very heavy concentration of toads. My guess is that is where they're breeding for our area near Barnum River. I've noticed a dramatic decline in their populations over the years and don't think they will survive any more development in what is a very sensitive area. There are a great deal of wetlands in the area as well, which don't appear to be considered in the layout. I hope you'll reconsider the development to include and protect the western toads in their unique habitats. The next item is from Susan Kaufman. The community of Area E and the CVRD board acknowledged the importance of the wetlands in and around Wake Lake in the 1994 OCP. Environmentally sensitive areas are a strong focus of the OCP, and the wetland areas of Wake Lake and those extending 1,000 meters beyond Wake Lake are noted in multiple places due to the important wetlands existence. My concerns related to this application are maximization of the lot yield in favor of the applicant. Lots 5, 6, and 7 at 1.5, 1.86, and 1.6 of usable land, respectively, do not meet the minimum lot size as per OCP policy 3.1.25, which reads in part to ensure environmentally sensitive areas are identified on the proposed development and minimum parcel size requirements will be met without the benefit of calculating environmentally sensitive areas as part of the parcel. Lot 5 in particular would present challenges for septic setback from the wetland area, and due to its tight constraints could lead to encroachment on the RAR and SPEA. Lack of and conflicting statements on wetland protection at the time of development, lack of wildlife study, nesting tree assessment, elk, bear migration routes, etc. Large man-made body of water that is home to migrating birds and waterfowl. Have assessments been made of waterfowl nesting sites? The APC, through the ongoing OCP development, was working toward a public education process that would provide opportunities for engagement with property owners. Without APC involvement, is there lack of opportunity to provide meaningful and practical measures to permanently delineate the RAR and SPEA on each property through signage? Lack of opportunity to provide a wetland and sensitive lands awareness package to be attached to any new development proposals and delivered to new owners, possibly through the real estate board? Although the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure has subdivision authority, it is fervently hoped that the EASC and planning staff take the opportunity to reinforce the importance of the OCP policies and make recommendations that ensure the continued integrity of this important wetland area. And the final item of input is from Galen Armstrong, Satlam. I'm writing to share my concern about the 18-hectare property directly across from Wake Lake on Barnum Road, slated for subdivision into 8 lots. I've heard that this area includes several hectares of wetlands, which will inevitably be compromised by subdivision. In times of climate change and changing environments, protecting wetlands should be a priority of the first order. If the wetlands will be negatively impacted by subdivision, please don't allow it. And that concludes the submissions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Legault. And just before we get underway, if Mr. Batstone is wondering, I had to use the big stick and mute his mic. It was open during the part there, so I don't think he was speaking at the time, but there you go. So just be aware that your mic is now muted, Mr. Batstone. And with that, I turn to Ms. Legault in that I don't believe we have any delegations, but we have some correspondence. And the correspondence is a grant and aid for Electoral Area C, and I just forgot that I was going to be reading all of these out for everyone. So the recommendation is that it be recommended to the board that a grant and aid Electoral Area C, Cobble Hill, in the amount of $3,000 be provided to the Shawnigan Cobble Hill Farmers Institute and Agricultural Society to assist in the staging of the 2020 Cobble Hill Virtual Fair. Turn to Director Wilson. It looks like he is moving that resolution. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Director Yanni DiNardo. Director Wilson, did you want to speak to that, speak in favor of that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, this sounds like a bit of a strange one, considering that the Cobble Hill Fair in physicality, if that's a right word, has been cancelled. But this is an attempt to actually hold it virtually so that the children of the 4-H and various other people can actually get their entries together, get it on Zoom and things like that. They will be judged, and all of this money will go towards the prizes for all those people that actually take place in the virtual Cobble Hill Fair.
Thank you, Director Wilson. Any other discussion on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. That carries unanimously. Next, we go to reports, and the next item will be, why do I feel I've missed something?
Mr. Chair, item IN1.
Oh, yes, there we go. IN1 is next. So yes, there has been a letter provided to us from uh, Alex Haddad. Everyone has had an opportunity to review that letter. Uh, any discussion? I see Director Smith. Director Smith, go ahead, please.
I would like to thank this gentleman for writing and including the transportation cycling infrastructure and bringing it to our attention. I'm an avid cyclist, and I think there might be one or two other cyclists on the board, and it's important that we look at this active transportation as an alternate to other transportation, as it gives us an opportunity to come and go within our communities, but also within the Cowichan Valley Regional District. So I think it's really important. I thought his letter really reflected some of the challenges that we're having and that we need to move forward on over time. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Smith. And just a note, I found the enthusiasm and the knowledge of the writer of this letter to be great, and I'm just wondering if there might be a means by which we might be able to send this through to the board with the recommendation that that his comments be forwarded to the province. I didn't see whether or not it was CC'd to anybody. Maybe I should open it up and take a look. But this fits in just perfectly with our concept of connecting communities, and I think that it's an important item that he raises. I don't see it's gone to the chair of the board as well. So is there any desire amongst the committee to have these remarks forwarded on to the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure through an official letter from the CVRD through the board? Director Smith.
Can we make that recommendation at this time to request the CVRD board to forward a letter?
Ms. Legault, do you see any issue with us forwarding this through to the board for a letter to go forward to MOTI?
No, that's fine.
So I would assume that if Director Smith is in favor of that, you would move such a resolution, and I think I've already got a seconder from Director Nicholson. So moved by Director Smith, seconded by Director Nicholson, and the motion would be that the letter be forwarded through to the board, and that the chair forward the comments to the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure for consideration of future planning or something along those lines. Is that fair? Call the question. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? That motion carries unanimously. I want to take this moment just to thank Director Nicholson. I think we're developing a system here where, because of her lag time, I'm assuming that this is a vote in favor, Director Nicholson. Even this is taking time to get through to her. But Director Nicholson, okay, we'll go with that. That's perfect. There's about a 4 to 5 second lag time on her raising her hand, so we'll go with that. Back to the agenda. Ms. Legault, where are we at now?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item R1, the staff report from community planning with regard to the EASC open house reports on the harmonized OCP and for electoral areas.
Okay, I believe we are now going to Ms. Breen, are you with us?
Through the chair, good afternoon. I am, and I'd like to introduce Sarah Gillette from Modus, who will be presenting the overview of the reports to all of you this afternoon.
Can I just, for the sake of clarity for everyone, I would ask you to keep notes for questions that you might have with the applicant, because it's really almost impossible for me to acknowledge people raising hands to speak while the presentation is up on the screen. So if we could write down your questions. When the presentation is finished, we'll ask the presentation to be taken down, and then I will be able to see everyone and put up a speakers list. Does that work for everyone? Good. Ms. Galette.
Great, thank you very much. I will now share my screen and bring up the presentation and put that into, there we are. Is that looking all right on your end?
Yes.
Fantastic. Great, so thank you everyone for the opportunity to present today. I'll be presenting the results of phase 1 engagement on the regional OCP for the electoral areas. So I only have about 10 minutes today, so it's going to be a really high-level presentation, but I will leave time for questions at the end. So yes, I ask that you hold those until that time. So first, to orient ourselves, a reminder that we are just at the beginning of a much longer engagement process, which will enter its second phase this fall. Today's presentation focuses on the results from this first phase, which flowed from resolutions by the EASC directors and was led by a phase 1 consultation plan. And thank you to all of you for your participation in this first phase of engagement. The next phase will begin this fall, led by a consultation plan, and it'll involve a series of engagement activities shaped by the feedback we received in phase 1, and of course, adapted to the COVID context. So the deliverables of this phase include a visual engagement snapshot, an executive summary, and a full report with appendices that includes a breakdown of the results by event and by demographic, and I believe those have been shared as part of your meeting package. Today I'm going to briefly cover what activities we undertook in phase 1, who participated, the results, and next steps. So I'm going to start with a quick review of the engagement and communication activities that the CVRD staff and MODIS undertook in phase 1 and the overall outcomes of this work. So as a reminder, we had a project website, a social media campaign, a postcard mail out, ads and print publications, and this was supported by a project backgrounder and videos to introduce the project. So I want to take a moment just to reflect on some of the strengths and limitations of each of these methods, because this is going to help us shape the consultation plan for phase 2. So a key strength, I think, is that we used mixed communication methods, realizing that each has got its individual strengths. So while the social media campaign probably did a better job of targeting a younger demographic, the print ads and the postcards, I think, did a really good job of targeting that older demographic. A note on the postcards, one thing that we realized is that Canada Post cannot ensure that only electoral area residents receive this mail out. And there were also reports of residents in area G and H not receiving postcards. So the CVRD did prepare flyers for area G and H residents and distributed these as a second postcard drop as a result. As you know, we held 4 open houses in February, as well as an online questionnaire that ran from the 1st to the 22nd. And, you know, overall, the open houses, they were well received and they were more popular than online engagements, but generated a lot of interest. One of the limitations is we relied primarily on voting with dots to collect data. And there was no way of connecting an individual dot to a particular individual. So therefore, we don't have a detailed demographic breakdown of what you think versus seniors, for example. There was reports in that first open house of people using more dots than was intended. So this is something that we monitored and were able to adapt our practices at the subsequent open houses to ensure that residents were using the number of dots intended. So the online questionnaire, the advantage there is we really were able to ensure that we were targeting electoral area residents, and we were able to collect demographic information and apply a demographic analysis to the results. One of the disadvantages is that participants reported finding the process for signing up for an account for PlaySpeak cumbersome, and this may have been a barrier to participating, and we did get a lower response rate than desired. But overall, we landed at 602 participants, so 411 of those were at the open houses and 191 online. So these results are not weighted to the CVRD population and thus not statistically significant. However, I will say that there was a consistency in the results across the different open houses and when you compare the open house results with the online results. So that does give us a general sense of confidence that it represents the general values and priorities of the respondents. So overall, the phase one outcomes is that through our communications and engagement tools, we built relationships with residents, and we raised awareness of this process and increased residents' capacity to participate. We increased our understanding of the values and priorities on CVRD residents' mind, and developed our understanding of the engagement and outreach preferences. So I think I'd say a key outcome is that the values and priorities shared by participants confirmed the goals of the draft RHOCP and indicated the values and priorities that could drive the next steps of the RMOCP process. So now I'm going to dive into the results. You've received the full engagement summary report, so I'm not going to go through the results on each question. Rather, I'm going to give you an overview of some high-level themes observed across the entire data set. So this is not looking at how the themes that were consistent across the different questions, as well as reflected through the open-ended comments that we would have received from participants. So overall, across all engagement activities and comments, the most prominent themes were protection of the natural environment, retention of rural character with an emphasis on low-impact sustainable agriculture, managing growth in a way that protects the natural environment and rural lands, with sub-themes relating to expanding housing options and mitigating and adapting to climate change. This graph shows how participants ranked the draft goals of the HOCP. And as you can see, protecting the natural environment came out in front by quite a large margin, followed by managing growth, improving and exploring housing options, and mitigating and adapting to climate change. And this ranking is consistent when you compare to how participants ranked the need for action on a number of different regional priorities, as well as when you look at the themes that show up in comments across the engagement. As you may remember, we used kind of these three key questions around growth, economy, and climate in our advertising campaign and in the structure of the engagement. So I'm going to touch briefly on highlights of what we learned in relation to these three questions. So on the question of growth, participants were saying they believed it was suitable to focus population growth in areas where there is existing services and where populations are already concentrated. And then when we asked them about considerations for housing in the future, some of the considerations they shared was desire to move into smaller spaces, desire to be close to nature, have access to shops and services, and options to age in place. On the economy, agriculture was the most important economic sector for participants and attendees, and really tied into the deep significance that agriculture has in their communities. And this was followed by climate adaptation and environmental services as a key potential economic sector, followed by tourism. And on the question of climate change, while some expressed skepticism towards the effectiveness of the CVRD taking action on climate change, despite that, there was widespread support for actions that continue to protect natural ecosystems and habitats. There was also support for restricting development in areas of high risk, providing incentives to retrofit existing homes, and exploring sustainable transportation options. So moving forward, how people want to be involved. So there was a high level of satisfaction with the open house events. About 90% of participants reported being satisfied or very satisfied across numerous evaluation criteria. In particular, participants appreciated the opportunity to learn more about the process, to provide input, to have face-to-face time with CVRD staff, and to learn through videos and presentations. Top ways to be involved in the future were online questionnaires and forums, followed by small group workshops or resident working groups, followed by large group workshops, and specific feedback for the future. People are looking for more information about specific policies and technical terms. People want more opportunity for dialogue, whether it's with staff or with other residents. And also there's a desire for more geographically distributed events. So where does that bring us? Next steps, we've heard from the community, their values and priorities for the future, and some early ideas on preferences on policy options in the 3 key areas of growth, economy, and climate change. We've also heard about their engagement preferences. Moving forward, based on these values and early preferences, a draft vision and set of land use principles will be used to develop draft land use strategies and policy options in this next phase. And these draft vision and principles will be a direct reflection of the values we heard loud and clear through this first phase of engagement. A consultation plan will also be developed that reflects what we heard regarding residents' engagement preferences. Some early ideas of what's going to be in that consultation plan. We know it's going to involve opportunities to participate online, including alternatives to play speak, electoral area specific events with opportunities to engage in dialogue, a speaker series focused on policy themes. We're also exploring community circles as a way of hosting small group events held across the CVRD, hosted by community members and guided by a discussion toolkit, as well as youth-focused engagement events. And of course, with the COVID context in mind, these activities need to be adapted to keep engagement safe, inclusive, and meaningful. We will continue to monitor the public health directives as they relate to COVID-19, as well as the general appetite for in-person community engagement. And there will likely be a plan A with some in-person and some online engagement, and a plan B with all virtual engagement. And all of these activities can be adapted accordingly. So next steps are to report back to the public what we heard from phase 1, and online initially and in person when possible, and to develop a consultation plan for the next phase. And in the meantime, research is being undertaken to support engagement with First Nations communities, and additional videos are being created. So that is it for my presentation. I now welcome questions.
Excellent. We've all had an opportunity to read the very in-depth reports that have been provided to us in advance and on the published agenda. Could I ask that the presentation be lowered so I can see the gallery view of all my colleagues? And could I ask that perhaps if Sarah and Coralie have video capability, that you bring your smiling faces up on screen? So let me just go through here. I've got Director Smith. Everybody keep your hands up, please. Director Smith, Salmon, Acton, Yanni DiNardo, Haim, Wilson, Nicholson, and if there's, I may jump in if my questions aren't covered. And so I just quickly want to note for other staff listening, I'm contemplating moving R11 up to following this and before R2. So could staff, if you have to do anything to prepare for moving up to following this item, that would be helpful. And I will go to Director Smith first. The floor is yours.
Through the chair to staff, I'm just wanting to know if you can give more details on what community circles will look like, how people would sign up for the circles, who will decide who's in the circle. And I would think that it would be very important for all electoral area directors to attend those circles in their areas to hear those conversations. I really appreciate all the work that's gone into this. It was very interesting reading the multiple pages. It's well put together, and definitely created a Saturday day of reading. But I'd really like to hear about a little bit more details about those community circles. I think they're very important in our communities, and that's my question. Thank you.
So
Great.
which of you would like to take that question? Ms. Gillette or Ms. Breen?
I'll start through the chair. This, the idea of community circles is something that actually has been done in larger metropolitan areas to try to accommodate a broad reach and involvement within communities. and it would be adapted in our region, electoral areas of almost 37,000 people, to establish community circles that are area specific and subject specific. Depending on the public health situation, they may be in person or a hybrid of in person and online, similar to a WebEx situation. And they would provide an opportunity for the community input on policy and development, in particular of development permit areas, et cetera. And Sarah, I don't know if you want to add on to that.
Yeah, that was great, Corley. I'll just add that I think one of the things that really struck me in talking to residents is how much interest there is to get involved, and people. I had a few individuals that asked me, "It's like, can I host my own event?" And so that really tipped me off to thinking, I think that this model that has been used in many communities would really work in this context. So we would have to identify who are the hosts. And give some thought to, as Corley suggested, geographic spread, as well as spread of like sector. And this is something that I know last time I presented to this group, talking about how do we make sure that we're hearing from all the different perspectives. And one way of doing that is to kind of ensure that we're having community circles on different topics, whether it's like maybe we have one on with entrepreneurs, for example, or one that's youth focused. So it kind of gives us an opportunity to, through the selection of who's involved, kind of make sure we're hitting all the geographies and all the topics in a distributed way.
Does that conclude your questions, Director Smith?
Thank you for the moment.
Thank you. Next, I go to Director Salmon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Sarah, for the presentation. Just a general question about the whole engagement process. I noticed you said that this is not statistically significant. So you say a little bit about, do we need to have any concerns then that this is not representative of public opinion generally, these results? And also just curious, could you ever get, what number of people would we need for it to be statistically significant? You could comment on that, and then I have a follow-up.
Great.
Ms. Gillette?
Yeah, so with a statistically significant survey, which the CVRD has done recently, for example, for their community satisfaction survey. So that's using like a polling function like Ipsos Reid, for example, where you're really ensuring that you're targeting the exact demographics of the region. And we didn't do that for this because I think that the broader goals of like building relationships and increasing knowledge on this, the questionnaire was put out there and we tried to reach as many people as possible, but we didn't do that systematic, like calling a demographic list, which is a more Ipsos Reid type exercise. Having said that, we were paying attention to, levels of participation in the online questionnaire that did allow us to compare demographic information. We were able to see which demographic slices were represented in that. And so I think as part of this, in these early phases of the engagement process, it was really helpful to see who did come out. And now moving forward, I think that next consultation plan needs to make sure we're targeting the groups that we're noticing we're not hearing as much from, whether that be by age demographic or by geography. The nature of these questions, the response rate through the different methods seem to be very consistent, which is giving us good confidence that that there's no, we did as much analysis as we could behind the scene to make sure we weren't missing anything big in terms of a big voice that we weren't hearing. And we'll develop the consultation plan to address any groups that we're worried we're not hearing from moving forward.
Thank you, Director Salmon. Follow up.
So just the final thing. So what number, would it be possible or reasonable to ever get a large enough group of respondents? Like, what number would we need to get for it to be considered significant?
It's a combination not only of number, but number versus the demographic slices. So, like, to make sure that we're hitting all the different demographic groups. I think that in the next phase, we do want to do a push for much bigger, especially online participation, because likely that's going to be a big part of engagement moving forward, given the current context. So I don't have an exact number for you, but that number it's not just a whole number, it's a number in relation to the demographic information profile of the region, and something we'll definitely be considering.
Thank you.
Excellent. My next person on the list is Director Acton. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think my questions have kind of been answered, but first I'd like to say that I was really impressed with the engagement process, and I was pleasantly surprised with the numbers that you were able to get out and the feedback of the community being really positive about the whole process and how it played out. I guess what I would be concerned about is, and it sounds like you're going to try and put some mechanism in there so it doesn't happen, but just creating too much engagement fatigue because we're hitting the same people. So, you know, as much as you did well, there weren't too many people that I was surprised showed up, as they are typically the people that do show up. So it's getting that, and that's the hardest thing. I know that in our community and in my role, that is always the hardest people, getting to the people who don't necessarily come out or they don't necessarily hear. And then I think I was interested in what kind of innovation you were going to do for the next phase, because obviously it's going to be something, but you don't have to answer that, because I get, you know, you could be, trying to figure that out yourselves right now too. But I'm pretty confident that you will come up with something pretty innovative considering what we've seen so far. But if you want to share it, I guess that would be reassuring to know that you've got a plan in place.
Yes.
Ms. Gillette?
Yeah, thank you. I would, so I think that you're right, that the people we got out in February are the people who always come out. And for open houses, that's pretty typical, the type of person who'll displace themselves to go to an open house. And so I think, moving forward, we'll probably still have to have, again, COVID dependent, that kind of event for the people who expect that kind of event. But I think that to get to the other people, it has to be something else. And so the community circles may be a way to do that. Finding, like, for example, youth, who are a demographic that I would really like to see better represented moving forward. Finding existing youth networks, or like an existing youth group, and finding one person who is willing to host a circle, for example. They're going to get they're going to get the voices of people who aren't going to come to one of those events. So that's one strategy. And then I think upping the online game is also going to get another demographic, and is going to be necessary, I think, because of COVID as well, to really up the online game.
Well, this is a given, but if you need any help identifying some of the circles that, we think might work, do reach out.
Fantastic.
Excellent. Next, I've got Director Yanni DiNardo, followed by Alternate Director Haim. So Director Yanni DiNardo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Ms. Breen and Ms. Gillette. I'd like to say that also, as following up with Director Acton, and I've said before that there was great engagement that I had seen at Kerry Park, and I really appreciated all the little details. It was really fabulous. I have one issue, and it goes to Canada Post, possibly that Area D goes up as far as Boys Road. There's a section of an industrial area that's in Coquesila, which like the Red Arrow, the businesses and residents who think they live in Duncan. And I believe that Canada Post does not even deliver to them if you send anything for Cowichan Bay. So they did not receive a postcard and really kind of get left out in engagement. I know when we did our official community plan, We had to have coffee meetings there and try and engage them because they're like, what? I didn't even know I belonged to Cowichan Bay, you know. So I think that we have to concentrate a little bit there if we can. I also had a classroom meeting with the only elementary school in my area, which is Bench, and they're looking for stuff like this. They want to have youth engaged and they wanted to know how. So I had the teachers, we had did a Zoom meeting yesterday. So they're really interested. They were interested in part of our official community plan with our Cheetah Slow. So our slow city designation, just to let you know. And also I'm wondering, and this could be to Director Nicholson, if Mr. Haddad has participated in any of this, because we do have a large piece of active transportation too that we want to speak to. So it'd be good for him to participate. Maybe there's a group of cyclists. I know there is a lot of cyclists, but that they could participate in this as well. And I don't know if now is the time. Sorry for going on so long. I just have one more.
Well, can I stop you for a second? So let's leave the active transportation question for between now and the board meeting when we'll be bringing that forward. I believe you had a question in the first part there, which was about the Canada Post. So can we let staff take a crack at that one, and I'll come right back to you for your subsequent question. Thank you. Ms. Breen or Ms. Gillette on the Canada Post question?
Sure. Through the chair, we became aware in this process of some of those issues raised in terms of technically being able to ensure that we reached all of the electoral area residents. And so going forward, we know how to work more closely with Canada Post on that to ensure our residents are delivered to. Unfortunately, because of their systems, we probably will still be delivering outside of the electoral areas, but we're more targeted. And in terms of that approach, we did supplement this time when we became aware, particularly with the Area G and Area H alternate director advising us that residents weren't receiving the postcards. We kind of upped the ante there and did a second mail out of the postcards plus a flyer and plus targeted ads. So we're aware of the limitations and it'll be corrected going forward.
Thank you, Director Yanni Donardo, for your second question.
Oh, thank you so much. The Canada Post, once again, a lot of people, I think there's a huge percentage of people that have no junk mail. But my understanding through Canada Post is anything from the government is not considered junk mail. I'm not sure if there's a question that can be asked on that to Canada Post. And then the final little note that I must say that place speak has not been valuable to all of the people that I've been speaking to. So I'm glad that you've noted that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Yanni Donardo. I will go to alternate Director Haim, Wilson, and Nicholson. I'll put Director Smith back on the list. And I'll just, noting the time, we were going to try and take a break at an hour in, and we're closing in on that. So I think we will do at the completion of dealing with this item. So I will go to alternate Director Haim next.
Thank you. First of all, I've just got a couple of questions related to the data and then kind of a bit of a statement of the engagement going forward. I noted on the slide it made reference to 50 plus APC meetings. In the other document, it made reference to 75 plus, I believe. Were these actual APC meetings, or is this including I'm going to call them informal meetings between staff and possibly an APC chair? On the 602 engagements, is there a chance of doubling up between somebody doing both online as well as the in-person engagement? And then also with regards to the data, is there any sort of separation between electoral areas with regards to that data and drawing conclusions amongst electoral areas?
Ms. Gillette, you got those questions? Please go ahead.
I'm going to cover the 602 in the electoral areas, and then I'll pass it to Coralie for the APC meeting question. So in the 602, yes, there is potential for that somebody both did the online questionnaire and attended the event. I'd like to think that the percentage of people who have done that won't have made too much of a difference, and that the experience of coming to the event and the full experience of getting to interact with staff, that it's well worth sort of providing that risk can be absorbed in that. Providing people with that opportunity, I think, gives us a lot of engagement outcomes that are very worthwhile. And then with the electoral areas, with the online data, because as cumbersome as place speak is, we were able to ensure that everyone who responded, we could pinpoint where their residential address and what electoral area they were from. So in the appendices of the full engagement report, there is a breakdown of how different electoral areas have answered the questions. And we tried to highlight any instances where we saw differences. However, because of the low participation rate on the online questionnaire, it's not a very big sample size, so I wouldn't give it too much weight. But moving forward, that is definitely one of our intents, is to continue to collect data to be able to compare, well, to be able to zoom in on how any differences that may exist between electoral areas.
Thank you for that. And Director Haim or Ms. Breen on the APC meetings and that engagement.
Yes, through the chair, the correct number would be 75 plus, and it's probably actually quite well over 100. But they are informal meetings, and they are a result of board directive to staff to have informal APC meetings to review the draft HOCP plan.
Alternate Director Haim, does that answer your questions?
It does, and if I might, just a couple of comments for the going forward. Actually, stepping back slightly, with regards to the APC side, the chair of the APC in Area H was quite emphatic that basically his participation was not directly as a member of the APC and shouldn't be interpreted as such, but rather as a subject content expert because of his length of experience. So I can see him being very frustrated with that being characterized as input from the APC. Going forward, Area H is a very old OCP. I do recognize the aspect of the local area plans. In terms of consultation going forward, I have participated in, we called them kitchen table meetings, but something of the nature of community circles. I've done that before. I've always found that to be very valuable with regards to getting more detailed information about an area. Recognizing the age of our OCP, you look at the attendance in North Oyster with regards to the open house. I would suggest that the consultation going forward does not necessarily lend itself to kind of a one-size-fits-all with regards to the different electoral areas. Those areas with more recent OCPs, very easy to shift that with very little in the way of change, let's call it, into a local area plan, whereas certainly Area H and to a certain extent Area G as well, we have concerns that kind of treating everybody the same, although that seems to be the way of the world these days, would not serve our residents well. So I'll be looking for some very specific engagement opportunities and or processes in order to allow Area H to address that, and like I said, Area G as well.
Thank you, Alternate Director Haim. Going to Director Wilson next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a great believer in this harmonisation and the modernisation, and so far, from what I've seen, it's going very well. And thank you for all the work that you're doing on this. I do have obviously a couple of concerns about these get-togethers that we had, and one of the things that Sarah did address was the number of people who seem to be putting their little dots here and there on exactly the same place, and that had a very big effect on skewing any kind of result. And when you actually addressed that and said to people, you can't do that, but what was done to actually minimize that effect when you brought your results forward? And then I've got a follow up after that, please.
Ms. Gillette.
Yeah, thank you for that. And so that concern was definitely raised at the first open house. And what we did at the we did two things at the subsequent event. One is that we asked the facilitators to hold on to the dots so that people were getting their dots at their boards, and it wasn't kind of a free-for-all. You could, stand up on dots, if you will. The other thing that we did is for that ranking question, ranking the goal question, which I think participants found the hardest. And it is the hardest because you got to make trade-offs and you have to rank 1 to 8. You can't just put all your dots on 1. In subsequent events, we numbered the dots from 1 to 8, basically not allowing someone to put all of their dots on 1. They had to put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 all the way. So those are things that we did in person. But the other thing that we did is we compared the results from the in-person open houses with the online questionnaire, and it was the exact same question, and noted a very similar response plan. So that gave a bit of confidence, because in the online questionnaire, where there are measures in place to make sure people aren't taking the same questionnaire over and over and over again, we saw that the goals were being ranked in a similar order. So it gave us some confidence that, like, yeah, there may have been some, people putting a little few extra dots, but at the same time, in this controlled environment, we're getting a similar pattern. And then I guess the other layer of check is that we were also, looking across the data set at all of the comments to see, are the ways that these goals are ranked and the ways that people answered the other questions and the information they shared with us in the open-ended comments, are they all consistent, or are they all telling a general story, same story of the priorities? So yeah, totally hear you on the concerns of, like, I think that there are ways that people can try to manipulate the system, if you will, and get their vote counted more than once. But those are some of the checks that in the background, the things that we're looking at to make sure that we are getting a fair representation of values and priorities.
Good. And follow up, if I may.
Yes,
Yeah.
Go ahead, Director Wilson.
Yeah, Director Salmon has already touched on this, and this is a question of more numbers than anything else, because if you consider that there were, from your numbers, 611 total people with an 80,000 population, or even let's take half of that, 40,000 population, that's only 1.5% of the total population which have actually voted. But you've used conflicting comments here, or statements. One says it's not statistically significant, which it's not, it can't be. And then you've used a term of one support. The two don't go together. There can't be these two together. So I'm very, very concerned about the numbers and the terms which are being thrown around here. Certainly 0.8 or 1.5% is not, as you say, statistically significant, but it's certainly not widespread support either.
Director Wilson, your question?
I'm sure there's one in there somewhere that they can address.
Ms. Gillette?
For sure. Yeah, no, thank you for that. And I would agree, not statistically significant. And I think widespread support would be within the participants. And I think that's really important to keep in mind. It's like within the pool of people who come to open houses, which we all know is just a segment of the population, right? So definitely agree that we cannot say with any level of confidence there is widespread support for this or that. At the same time, this was never intended to be a referendum on the HOCP, rather an exploration of values and priorities to make sure we're on the right track. And moving forward, I think that upping the participation level is going to be important, and it's going to mean different techniques to get to those other demographics who are not going to show up to open houses. And in terms of also getting those numbers up, especially on the online, in those online spaces, I think some concentrated strategies and targeted strategies to up the number of responses is going to be important. And it's always a bit of a balance between breadth and depth. We want to make sure we're hearing from enough people that we say that we're you know, we're not missing any large demographic groups, but at the same time, we want to make sure that we go into depth and understand and have really meaningful policy discussions with residents. And moving forward, I think we'll need to balance both.
Thank you for that. And just a quick comment, and I've got some additional names for the list, but as long as I've been here, we've done some statistically relevant surveys with reputable polling firms in the past, and there's still been fairly broad skepticism amongst previous boards as to the statistical validity of reports that are warranted to be statistically valid. So it's dealing with the best information that we can gather, statistically relevant or not. So I just want to note to everyone, I've got Director Nicholson, myself, and Kuhn, and then I've got Director Smith and Haim as well. And I see Director Acton and Salmon as well. And just for everyone's reference, I've just gone back to the purpose and the intention, and this is to report out and to provide input as to next steps. So if we could sort of keep our comments to that. I think Ms. Gillette said she had 10 minutes plus time for questions. We're going on at length here. So I will ask Director Nicholson to come forward next with her questions for the presenter, or Ms. Breen.
Thank you. I think this is a great start. And yeah, I feel really comfortable about moving on from now. So I'm really focused my questions or comments on where we go from here. And I would echo Director Haim's comments that we really need to pay attention to geography as well as demographics, because I do think there's some significant differences between areas. I remain really concerned with PlaySpeak. I'm disappointed it hasn't been as successful a tool that we thought it was going to be. And so I think we really need to spend some time thinking about whether that's the right tool or whether there's something else that maybe we could use, because I agree we really do need to get this online conversation happening. My other question, my specific question, I think, is about the videos. We spent quite a bit of effort creating videos, and I'm wondering how successful you thought they were in the process, and where you think you might go with videos in the future.
Ms. Gillette?
Great, thank you. I was really pleased by the videos. The feedback that I got from people at the open houses that I talked to is that they really appreciated them. I will also say they're starting to get noticed outside of your community. I've had a few people be like, hey, were you involved in those videos for the CVRD? Because we want to do something similar. So I think that especially in this the context that we're in right this second of wanting to continue to share information and being able to, I see a real potential to use social media to share those videos and just provide a gateway in to make something that can come across as fairly dry to those who are not super engaged, to those who aren't already coming to open houses, to really get their imagination going of like, what is an OCP and what are we actually talking about and why is this important? I see a lot of potential for that, and I see a lot of value in continuing to use videos to broaden interest in this process.
Ms. Gillette, I think there may be some clarification. Oh, we got a thumbs up from Director Nicholson, so I guess that perfectly answered her question, and I don't see her looking for any additional questions. Got myself next on the list, and maybe I'm going a little off script here a little bit, but there's been a couple of things that are public pressure today is focusing on items like how the CVRD will address tiny homes in electoral areas and how the CVRD will address the proliferation of Airbnbs that are happening in zones that they just shouldn't be happening in. They're prohibited by zoning bylaws. And I know that's zoning, but these are broad, important questions for the community. And in review of your materials that we read over the weekend, and I don't know how Director Smith got away with reading it all in one day. It took me longer. But what do you have any comment as to how that, whether it even appeared as a priority or how it ranked in the system? And I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. I don't remember tiny homes or Airbnbs coming up in the open-ended comments, but to be fair, we didn't necessarily ask a question about that. But moving forward, I also want to say that, I mean, one of the things I think that some residents may have found frustrating about this initial phase of engagement, it was really high level, because we're really just talking about values and priorities at a really high level. And sometimes people just want to dig into like actual policy issues. And I guess I want to assure this group that moving forward, there's going to be, as the RMOCP continues on in its process, there are going to be more focused discussion on specific policy issues. And I think people are hungry for dialogue on those issues, and we'd love to create some opportunities for that.
Can I ask Ms. Breen if she has any additional comment to that?
Yes, through the chair, I can say that in the pre-phase one, in the meetings, the informal meetings with the APC representatives, there's been a lot of discussion about those two matters, regulatory matters. It's ongoing. We keep getting feedback from the community on addressing that, and it will be addressed in the zoning bylaw, modernized zoning bylaw, and it will be addressed through the principles of consistency in the modernized OCP in terms of density, et cetera. So it maybe not perhaps in the open houses or place speak, but certainly through the community meetings, those issues have been raised in almost every electoral area.
Thank you for that. So I just want everyone to know I'm going to Director Kuhn, who has not spoken yet, and then we will be going on a second round. And after Director Kuhn, for those taking a second opportunity to ask a question, I ask that you try to be succinct. Director Kuhn, the floor is yours.
Yes, I just had a quick comment. I noticed, I attended all of these meetings, and I noticed that there were often lineups of people wanting to put their dots on certain events or certain functions. And I noticed there could have been a little bit of, let's say, pressure of knowing that everybody put a dot there. Okay, I'll have to put a dot there too. That's what I kind of observed. I saw one individual put up a dot at economic development. I think it was building warehouses or something like that. And he sheepishly looked at me and he says, well, you know, somebody's got to worry about employment. And I thought afterwards, yeah, he was the only one that I noticed that did that. Everybody else did the dots wherever everybody else put the dots. So there's a bit of a pressure thing going on, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Gillette, observation?
Yeah, no, thank you for sharing that observation. And I think that that's something that in the online format is easier to control for because you're not seeing the other results. So yeah, definitely something for us to keep our eyes open for. And I think, and then just generally, you know, whose voices are being underheard in this process. And in those public events, it is hard to come up to share an opinion that is contrary to the crowd. And that's something that we need to pay attention to.
Thank you for that. I've got, so I think everybody that's wanted to speak has had an opportunity to speak. So we'll go to a second round here. I've got on my list right now, Director Smith and alternate Director Haim. Is there anyone else that wanted to ask another question? I got Director Salmon. So as I'd mentioned just previously, if we could try to be succinct, we're past the hour where we were going to take a break, but please feel free to address your question. Director Smith.
Thank you very much. I would just want to go back to some of the data collection. It indicates that 33 are non-electoral area, which brings into 10%. And we're not sure how many of the people attended the open houses that were also non-electoral areas. And so that probably brings our percentage closer to 15%. I'm just estimating. So to me, plus the double up of people going to open houses and also doing online, that increases the percentage that is not. So out of our 601, we're probably down to less than 500 participating in the actual things. One of the things that I noticed very clearly is that the communities wanted to be involved, and that was one of the issues I had right at the beginning, is that an official community plan is written that it's to have community involvement. And Director Haim and Area H and Area G both are older OCPs, and we would have preferred to go in the direction of the community input right at the beginning to rework ours. And it's clear that when you start having these types of open houses, that Area G and H, which were pooled together, definitely showed up and definitely wanted to be heard. So, that was definitely something that was there. So anyhow, just back to it's very clear. The community input's very important for both G and H, and then also the percentages of participation is really very low.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Gillette, any comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for those observations, and completely agreed. We need to get those numbers up moving forward, and there is a hunger to be involved that was really palatable, and I think that's a fabulous asset for us to mobilize moving forward.
And I'll just jump in and remind everyone that this is an opportunity to have questions answered. And I think that it's been made very clear that both directors from G and H acknowledge having the older OCPs. There's a greater hunger. I know that mine has just been completely reviewed and been through a public process, and our participation was much lower. You had great participation in your communities. I think that's a great thing. And I think we're going to have to give special attention to those areas that feel that they haven't had an update for a long time. So we will move in that direction. I think you've got support from your colleagues around the table to move in that direction. So with that, I've got Director Yanni DiNardo, or Haim, Yanni DiNardo, Salmon, and Acton. Is there anybody else? And if we could, Director Yanni DiNardo, you're off. So can we please be succinct with your question, Director Haim, please?
First, I'd like to the check's in the mail for that little endorsement there, Director Morrison. Just with regards to the kind of a broader thing, I think we have to be very careful what direction we're going in and what we're considering to be a policy and a direction currently. There were challenges with the dots. We've got data that's not statistically significant. We've got some sort of symmetry between the open houses as well as the online, but when you go down to the detail of the online, and thank you for directing me to the appendix, you've got statements related to some of the online stuff as all Area I respondents supported regional food warehousing and distribution.
Mm-hmm.
There was 2.
That's right.
In there. And so I admit I'm a visual person, so when I looked at that Appendix B and it was just statements as opposed to numbers, I admit I struggle for it, but there's a lot of statements giving some weight to those things, such as words like many or a majority. There's a reference to Area E respondents, a majority of them. There were 17 respondents from Area E. So that could be 9 people out of all of Area E. So we have to be very careful that we don't use this as confirmation of policy and direction. And last thing, the timing of this data collection versus now, I'd suggest that some of the concerns, such as economic concerns, have changed quite considerably since then. Plus, there's the sheer reality of the wish list that people do, where they put their dots, and the economics of it. And I know an OCP is far-reaching and it's visionary and that sort of thing, but I also want that dose of reality to be in there as well.
Thank you. And through to Ms. Breen or Ms. Gillette, do you have any additional, and not wanting to open up a whole new line of discussion, but do you have any additional reflections in given that the COVID-19 crisis and the impacts that it's having across not just our local communities, but the regional district and elsewhere? Any thoughts as to where we are today in respect to where this was done several months ago?
I
Go ahead, Sarah.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, I really, anytime you do engagement, it is always a snapshot in time. And we are in these really interesting, unprecedented times where the world's completely changed a month after we did these open houses. So I think that is really important for us all to keep in mind when reviewing this data. And to your points around the statistic validity, when you look at especially those breakdowns, they are too small of a population, small of a sample to really say with any confidence that, people in this area feel differently than people in that area. Thought it was important to report out, but it's not a large enough sample, but it's something that we're going to continue to keep our eye on because we really do want to be able to say, to see those differences when they do emerge.
Thank you very much for that. I've got Director Salmon and Director Acton to close, so I will go to Director Salmon with a question for the presenter or staff.
Yes, I'm not sure who it's for, but it's just about email. I noticed that many people are wanting more information on specific topics and that they prefer email as old-fashioned email as a means of communication. So I know for many years at CBRD we've had a listserv, email listservs on our website where you can sign up for notifications on OCPs and parks and public safety. About 30 different listservs. I just went and checked. Well, I'm signed up. But are we using that tool enough? Can we use it more, or is there plans in that regard?
Ms. Breen?
Through the chair, we have on the Harmonized Official Community Plan / Modernized Official Community Plan website now the opportunity to sign up on PlaceSpeak for email notifications on this process. So that's current. And we will be posting policy topic areas and involving people through kind of mini briefing policy papers through that realm. Right now, it's only PlaceSpeak and not a direct email submission in terms of the listserv. So we're working towards that. That's a process that's ongoing currently.
Okay, so we have sort of two parallel. They can still sign up on listservs, but also PlaceSpeak.
I believe that's the case, yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
And perhaps we can ask staff to speak with our communications people. I know that we have to be very careful around the privacy concerns in contacting and reaching out in the list of use of lists. So that may be something that some clarification could come from staff as to how we might be able to address that in the future. With that, I have no other speakers on the list. I would like to very much thank Sarah for her information that she's brought to us today and the work of Coralie and her staff. And I think that this has been an incredibly informative process. I too attended all 4 events. I didn't put dots up. I thought it was kind of interesting. They ran out of green dots at the first meeting, and I think Director Nicholson dashed out and got some more for the attendees. So very interesting process. We obviously have more to discuss. And seeing this as an information item, I think we can conclude with this item here. We were going to, so I will thank you, Sarah. Thanks for coming. I appreciate your effort. Everybody's waving and thanking you for that. So until the next time. And given that we were going to try and break 24 minutes ago, I think we'll now take a brief break now. I think I have to turn back over control of the meeting to our legislative services. It is now 2:54. Can we have everyone back at 3:10 p.m., please? Thank you. Turn off your camera and your microphone. And where's our legislative services folks? Lost you. Right click. Ms. Legault, am I giving you back control or am I keeping it? I think I'm going to give it back to you.
Okay, you can keep it, or
Well, I'd rather it be in your hands during the break. All right, everyone, welcome back. I hope that everybody is recharged and ready to go on the next item. I have had a request from the director from Yubo-Mead Creek, Director Kuhn, to bring forward an item that is listed later in the agenda. It is R11, and an opportunity for staff to present for information the report. And I believe we have Mr. Moore to be presenting to us today. And so if Mr. Moore could bring his face on screen for us and his microphone up. And I just got a gift given to me from a mysterious hand out the side. So I have a warm or a nice iced latte to consume while we go on through this. So Mr. Moore, I don't see a picture of you on screen anywhere yet.
Okay, I
There he
should
is
be up
there.
there. Can you hear me?
You are, and your mic is live. And just for the purposes of benefit of the directors, can you go through your presentation, and then when you're complete, bring down the presentation so I can see all of our colleagues. And I will likely be going to Director Kuhn first, but Mr. Moore, the floor is yours, and please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will apologies for the poor quality of the webcam here, but I'll bring up the presentation. We got that up there for everyone?
It is indeed.
Hey, thank you very much. I'll be talking to you today about some updates to geohazard and landslide risk mapping in the Yubo area. You'll recall that about a year ago, we had a number of different natural hazard risk assessments done across the region, funded largely under the National Disaster Mitigation Program. One of them, we found that the risk of landslides in the Yubo area was pretty significant. And we went out and because of this, we notified property owners, some of the more the ones in higher hazard areas directly with letters, and held public meetings and some other neighborhood meetings in the area to share the information about these hazards with the community. As part of that study, we also identified some rock slope deformation features. So this was some features high up in the mountains that were out of scope of that study, but bared some further attention. We also, the mapping that we had done, the risk assessment for the landslides, was at a fairly large scale. It was based on trim mapping and some aerial photos. So what we did is we identified hazard polygons, but within that, within each polygon, there was some variation in where the actual hazards were located. So as you tended to move upslope or down into the gullies, the hazards increased. So for developments in those hazard areas, folks still needed to do a site level geotechnical assessment for that. Now, we were fortunate to get some funding under the National Disaster Mitigation Program again to look into this issue in more depth, and found a couple of good news stories here. The first one is the rock slope deformation features that were up above the community were found to be remarkably stable, and this was confirmed by Mosaic did their own investigation into the features and found that there's no credible risk of failure there. And if anything were to become unstable, there'd be lots of warnings. So doing a topographic change analysis, so looking at fresh LiDAR or aerial photos every 10 years or so, or after a major seismic event is what's recommended there. So we were then able to move on to updating the landslide hazard analysis, which is what's really affecting a lot of the community. So we were fortunate as part of this project to be able to get new LiDAR flown for the North Slope, the study area along the North Shore, Cowichan Lake, and down to Hill 60. So that gave us the really accurate baseline information that we needed. And then we had some consultants, they modeled over 68,000 theoretical landslides. And what they established was a line across the bottom beyond which none of these simulated landslides, regardless of how likely they are or where they started or the size, would extend beyond this point. So what we get is this is a picture of the landslides across the region, and essentially what they've done is they're able to establish a line across the bottom, which they call the distal limit of modeled runout. It's the extent of the mapping. So this has a number of implications to the community. So what you see here in the map is the previous hazard mapping is the background, and then we've drawn this new distal limit across the map. And it affects individual properties in a number of ways. So for some properties, the line is essentially moved upslope. So we've refined this mapping, and we're able to say, well, actually, the risk is all up above the property. The risk of this type of landslide hitting the property is low enough that we're not concerned about it. It's well below the 1 in 10,000 threshold. For some other properties where the boundary still cuts across the property, it helps define where it is on the property and identifies portions of the property where there's not a risk of the debris flow hazards. And then finally, to take a closer look at areas that are still within where landslides could occur, we've got more detailed mapping, hazard mapping and damage mapping, which will be available to property owners and geotechnical consultants to support further development within the area. So the next steps with this information, we're bringing the report forth to the committee here. The folks that received letters previously notifying them of the hazard will be receiving additional letters with the updated information, letting them know what that means for their property. And we're also looking into public communications. It's a little challenging, as we're all aware, that we can't have the public meeting. So we're looking at other ways to communicate this information to the broader community. And also workshop with staff, so with planners and building inspectors, to let them know what this mapping means and how we're going to work with it at the staff level. There's also some potential as next steps to apply the modeling to other portions of the region, pending availability of the base data. And we'll be looking at updating the hazard mapping for development permit areas and including that as we update the OCP. So that's a quick overview of what we got, and with that I will move into questions. So I will stop sharing my screen here.
And well, Mr. Moore is removing his presentation, and I will go to a speakers list in just a moment, but I will be putting Director, I can't see everyone, so as soon as you're all
Sorry,
up,
I'm just trying to shut this down here.
Just make a couple of comments that this report is obviously very good news for a number of people in the UBO area, and I would think good news for Director Kuhn. I think that this has been one of those challenging things that we wouldn't wish that any director would have to deal with potential hazards, and I think it was probably scary for a number of people. But given this is an information item only, and I think there's probably lessons to be learned, but at this point I've got Director Kuhn and I've got Director Yanni DiNardo and I've got Director Wilson with hands up, and I will just ask that everyone be respectful of your comments. This is obviously a very emotionally charged thing, and I look to Director Kuhn, who's lived through this and represented this community well through this, and I will go to him first, followed by Director Yanni DiNardo and Director Wilson. And Director Kuhn, please go ahead.
I wrote a director's report that I wanted to have presented at this meeting, and it was recognized in discussions with the chair and the chair of the board that some of the comments I made in there were really aimed at the board. So I referred this whole report of mine to the in-camera meeting for the board meeting next week. What I would like to do, though, is I want to read the first section of that report that I wrote that is applicable to EAS. Here I read, what a relief it was that the Palmer Stantec study confirmed the stability of the Yubo hillside. I am relieved and happy, and at the same time, I'm incredibly angry about the unnecessary anxiety, anguish, and fear caused by the first study by Edward Palmer. After the presentation during a public meeting in Yubo, where the ramifications of the study were presented, people were upset. Some were crying. One couple told me that they wish they had never heard about the studies. Now they are worried every time that it heavily rains that the hillside will come down. After reading the staff report on the Yubo geohazard update, one resident called me and said, "You mean that all the crying and worrying we did about the value of our property, if we could even sell it, was for nothing? How can the CVRD even do that?" It is inconceivable that we put a whole segment of our population through such a roller coaster of emotions. In the letter sent out to those deemed to be in the extreme danger area, it said that Ebwater Consulting had completed a detailed geohazard risks assessment.
Director Kuhn, can I just interrupt you for just a second? You're starting to venture into areas that are decisions that were made by the board.
I'm just about finished. No, I'm just about finished.
Okay, could you confine your remarks to EASC related actions related to this staff report, please?
Yes. It turns out now that the assessment was obviously not very detailed. Otherwise, how could a new study result in almost exactly the opposite conclusion? Some of the questions that have to be asked are, was Ebwater Consulting qualified to do the study? If so, was the study's scope and depth sufficient to justify publication?
Director Kuhn, once again, these are questions for the board, not for Electoral Area Services. The Electoral Area Services Committee did not initiate the study. It was an action taken by the board. So that is duly, should be held at the board, that discussion.
All right. So going forward, it means that we will have to put in place a better way to scrutinize information provided by staff more thoroughly. Our decisions will have to be based on facts, reason, and the financial requirements. We owe that to our taxpayers, and that's all I have to say to that. To follow up though, my property is exactly in that area that was supposed to be possibly covered by a large landslide. And I want to point out, I had many sleepless nights about that. I had discussions with my son and my daughter about this because if anything happened to me, they would be stuck with that mess. So there was a lot of concern in the area, and I just wanted to point that out. And yes, it gets emotional because that was a very emotional issue for the whole area. So with that, I'm finished. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Kuhn, and I appreciate you doing your best efforts to contain your remarks. Once again, these were decisions made by the board, not by the Electoral Area Services Committee, and that discussion is properly held at the board. And I know that you have every intention of raising the matter with your colleagues at the board. And I would also like to just give that same advice to the speakers that I have on the list, that comments in regards to the information that's been presented by Mr. Moore, fair game, and any further discussions around decisions made by the board should be addressed at the board. There's been a little bit of discussion about how this is presented and where the appropriate place for a fulsome discussion is, and it has been decided that this isn't the appropriate venue and forum for that. So with that, everyone's clear. I will go to Director Yanni DiNardo next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to Mr. Moore. I just, I remember going to all of the presentations, and through Mr. Moore's presentation right now, I just wondered what there was baseline information. Did we have that baseline information before we went to the public?
Mr. Moore?
I'm not clear on which baseline information. The new data that we collected this time was in partnership with GeoBC. We collected the LiDAR, which gave us a really high resolution of the topography of the area that we didn't have available prior to that.
Follow up, Director Yanni DiNardo.
Follow up, thank you. I just, this came from funding from the National Mitigation. I believe that came through as well, but I'm wondering why we chose this one. I'm just noticing that I have in Cowichan Bay quite a few different issues over the years and had not been approached at all. So I'm just wondering how we chose which one we chose. That's all.
Director Yanni DiNardo, perfect question, perfectly legitimate question to be asked at the board, because it wasn't a decision of the electoral area services to be as to which was chosen and the likes. I don't know if Mr. Moore wants to go into any detail on that, but go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The initial set of risk assessments that we've done did look more broadly across the region, and they were partially guided by what funding we were able to get. So we looked at the landslides in the Yubo area. We also did dam safety assessments of the 4 dams that CBRD owns. And we did some initial flood mapping on Shawnigan Lake, Cowichan Lake, and then the sea level rise mapping along the whole coastline. Since then, we've also moved on to updating the flood mapping along the Cowichan and Cook Isla rivers and the River Bottom Road area. And with the Yubo area in particular, it was because of some of the concerns raised in the initial flooding that we were, the initial hazard mapping, that we were able to get additional funding through the NDMP to follow up on that research and come up with a more refined analysis.
And given that this specific bit of data and report was just for the Yubo issues that were raised earlier, that's why this part alone is being presented before us at Electoral Area Services. The broader scope questions will be, I'm sure, addressed at the board at a later date. I have Director Wilson and Director Acton, and if I could ask you to consider what you've heard as far as direction from the chair, and please go ahead, Director Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, if I wasn't confused before as to what I can say, I'm even more confused now as to whether I can actually say anything at all here. I don't see that any discussion which is had here cannot be carried on at board level. So I'm going to say what I have to say here. Can I ask the question first of all, what was the rationale for carrying out this initial study in this area? Did you say, oh, we got some money from the disaster mitigation program, let's go and have a look over there? What was the actual rationale? Was there a problem before, or would this problem all of a sudden appeared because now we have some funding? And I have follow-ups.
I would, I believe, now go to Mr. Moore. I think this might be either Ms. Miller or Mr. Hatami question going back to the origination of the whole program. Do I have either one of those managers prepared to join us?
I'm here, Mr. Chair. If you wish, I can certainly provide some background to that question if you like.
Can you please put on your video screen, please?
You see me?
Yes.
Yep. Okay, good. Thank you. Great question, Director. The CBRD, through its climate adaptation strategy, developed detailed climate projections for the region a number of years ago in partnership with the University of Victoria and the Pacific Climate Impacts Consortium. As a result of those projections, we see some fairly dramatic impacts projected for the region as a whole, but also some very dramatic impacts that are either geographic in origin, similar to the area that we're talking about right now, or sectoral. And so the projections basically said that we would see a fairly substantial shift in temperature and the precipitation and duration intensity of storm events. And so that was one of the reasons why we've been focused on the public safety component of the adaptation strategy. We know now what the projections are likely to mean. What we need to know is what it actually means in terms of community-based impacts. So we're looking at hazards in the first place, looking at adaptation strategies around flood management. The sectoral impacts are actually also very, very dramatic and particularly impact areas like Cobble Hill, not so much with regards to kind of emergency hazards, if you will, from flooding or slope destabilization because of rainfall, but because of long-term impacts to water supply, particularly in the areas that are dependent on groundwater supply issues. So we're really looking at the driving piece of information here being the climate forecast and its implications, and then taking advantage of partnerships, leveraging, and funding opportunities to really drill down to say, okay, given this particular projection, what's the impact on slope destabilization in the area in question, which gets the vast majority of rainfall directly oriented to that slope, and there's a very large developing community below it. So that's the nature of why we looked at this particular case study.
Follow up, Director Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so I don't honestly see that there's any real science attached there apart from projections and supposition. So I'm really still confused as to, first of all, why it was done, and B, when it was done. It was done in such a way, or it seems to have been done in such a way that it pointed out a complete opposite of what was actually happening. And I'm very, very, and I'm going to use the word confused again, how we could possibly go down a route. And I know, okay, I'm probably going to be interrupted and say this is not a discussion for now, but how can we possibly base something and saying, let's go and do a study over here because my projections say this, that, and the other, then come up with a study which says everything that the sky is falling, and then later on come up with another study which says, sorry, made a mistake. I'm not happy with this at all. And I'm going to point to Director Kuhn there and say, how he managed to keep his cool, I do not know. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carruthers.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can see it too.
Thank you. I just want to ensure there's some clarity around this issue. First and foremost, there were pretty clear rationale as to why that assessment was done in that area in terms of identifying potential hazardous situations, and it was well backed up by initial assessments. And I'm going to draw your attention to the Local Government Act around local government's responsibility under its official community plans around identifying restrictions on the use of land that is subject to hazardous conditions or that is environmentally sensitive to development. We have an obligation as local government to ensure that we are not developing in areas that have potential hazards. And this is part of that mandate. And we secured funding, which the federal government provided us under a very focused program to do just that. And the rationale for looking at that area was well backed on climate change projections, topography, disturbance to the land base, a number of factors that caused us to apply for the funding. I also want to clarify the issue between the torrent flows that were assessed and that are partially addressed in this report and the rockfall hazard. The rockfall hazard came about as a result of the torrent flow assessment. The geotechnical assessment that was being done identified some formations on the land base that suggested that there may be some risk of rockfall. That was separate from the torrent flow exercise. We never went out to the public and raised the concerns with the rockfall because we needed further study. And so the report that you have in front of you today clarifies both the study that we had done as well as a parallel study by Mosaic and Golder to confirm that those deformations on the land base, in fact, were not a hazard. We never advised the public that there was a hazard because we needed to do that work. And this report simply clarifies that. The only public notification that we made was to the torrent flow issues. And we met both in a plenary session with the community as well as had focused conversations with impacted property owners. We did the subsequent study to refine the hazard boundary, and it did show that some properties that had previously been identified were now not in that hazard area, and we've refined the boundary. But I just want to provide clarity that the rockfall issue, we had never gone out and publicly advised folks of that because we did not have enough significant information to be able to necessary to notify. And this report clarifies that in fact there isn't a hazard. So I know that it's confusing to some directors who may not have been involved in this from the beginning. It has been a very complex file. I think at the end of the day, it is good news that local government has taken the steps to identify those hazards, that we've been able to get the funding to fine tune them so that we have a much better sense of the risk on the ground, so that property owners now and in the future can develop with some certainty, because prior to that study being done, there were some uncertainties, and to allow development to continue in an area where there is a potential hazard, that's not local government's role to allow that to happen. So I just wanted to provide that clarity, and happy to answer more questions of Director Kuhn when they come up in the board meeting.
Through to Director Acton, the floor is yours.
Oh.
Director Acton?
My headset just died.
Your audio is working.
Sorry, it seems like my headset just died. Oh, it was? Sorry. My question is, have we notified these property owners yet?
I believe that's to Mr. Moore or Ms. Miller.
Through the chair, we are in the process of a couple of different forms of notification. So the folks that received notification letters previously will be following up to let them know how the hazard mapping on their property has changed, if at all. And then there are also some other properties that we're going to have to take a look at it in more detail to see if the new mapping is suggesting that there's that hazard that extends beyond what was previously known. It's also important to keep in mind that all of these notices come with the caveat that we're not saying that a property is completely free from all hazards. There are still other hazards associated with smaller individual rock falls and with debris floods and flooding that's associated with normal stream channels that we could see in the area as well. So we're in the process of sending out the notification letters.
Director Acton, do you have a follow-up?
Yes, please. So how I see it is we have a major PR problem right now. And I was at that meeting. People were really upset. And they were quickly notified because we said they have to know, we have to tell them right away, and it was done quickly. And I'm not saying it wasn't efficient or the facts at the time, but we were rushed. And for the fact that they're not being notified yet, I think is one, really poor PR on our part, because like Director Kuhn said, he's lost sleep over it. And I was there for that presentation. The community was really upset. They were told things like they could, if they should plan to move their bedroom to the front of the house, if the back of the house faced the mountain. And like, these are major anxiety that we put onto a lot of these landowners, whether some are still a little bit at risk, but just sending them a letter, I think, is not even good enough. Like, we need to get on the phones, call them personally. Like, this is I would feel horrible to just suddenly get this letter during the COVID crisis that, oh, I'm safe now, that I'm stuck in my home. Oh, look, I'm safe now.
how do I feel about this? How do I digest this? And how do I understand where we went wrong? We need to be like full on apology to people and reach out in a different way than usual, because right now it's about the community and the anxiety of these homeowners. So I'd like to see something really productive and with the thought of the community in mind.
And Director Acton, I can't agree more that there's steps have to be taken. This is, and the board has to do it. This rests the process and the grants and the actions were all taken with the board. And I hope you are going to bring that exact message to the board. The committee itself can't act, and we can perhaps direct staff, but this is a board issue that we will have to have further discussion about this.
Well, the next
final follow-up.
Yes, follow up. Well, then the next time that we actually can't do anything, why are we bringing it here? Now we can't even communicate directly to our residents on a matter that caused them a lot of anxiety. We have to wait for the board to do it. So we're going to wait even longer for some action. Like these people could still be losing sleep. It could be just adding to the anxiety that they already have. I don't understand why we need to wait and give us all 50 phone numbers and we'll all make some phone calls.
So Director Acton, my understanding of the proper procedure in this is this entire file rests with the board. This committee, we can't act independently of the board because it is a file that was initiated by the board, acted upon by the board, directed to staff by the board. So as a committee, we can't initiate these actions. We can make recommendations to the board that they address the anxiety and the notifications forthwith, and we can make those recommendations, but it has to be ultimately actioned at the board. Committee can't action on this. This was brought for information to the committee because it directly impacted only an electoral area. I got the letter too because of the dam safety issue that was DAM safety issue up on the hill above my property. And we're having a board meeting next week, and I would imagine this is going to be discussed at that board meeting. That's the procedural way of doing it. The Electoral Area Services Committee can't action on items that rest with the board.
Well, in this
case, just hang on. Director Acton, hang on.
Email to everyone.
Director Acton, hold on. Ms. Legault, is that an accurate assessment of where we're at with this file? Did we lose you, Ms. Legault?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're correct in that the committee doesn't have any independent authority to direct actions without the endorsement of the board.
Okay, okay. My issue is then I don't even think we should have to direct any actions right now on notifying the community. The community should already be notified, and they should be getting a phone call already. It should already be happening. I don't understand why staff would need that next step.
Thank you, Director Acton. Director Nicholson.
Thank you. I have two questions. One is, it seems that this situation would have been avoided if we had had better LiDAR information from the beginning. And so my question is, are we adequately investing in making sure we have this kind of baseline information in order to carry out the work that we obviously are going to need to continue doing with climate change on the horizon? That's one question.
Mr. Burr.
Thank you, Director Nicholson. Through the chair to you. It's an ongoing challenge to balance the priorities for acquiring LiDAR and ortho photos. I believe the GIS department has an ongoing program to do that across the region. We also take advantage wherever we can of partnering with GOBC and other organizations for being able to use other sources. So in this case, we were able to partner with GOBC to get the LiDAR for a portion of the region that we didn't have. So that essentially completes our LiDAR collection for the Cowichan watershed. And we're also, through that same program, getting a lot of LiDAR at no charge along the coastal areas and the lower portion of the Cowichan watershed. And it's always a balance of trying to get as up-to-date LiDAR and focusing that in the priority parts of the region along the coast where the development is focused.
Director Nicholson.
My second question is, how is forestry factored into this analysis? The impacts of forestry.
Mr. Moore.
So the initial analysis that was done was looking at the impacts of climate change, so largely increased rainfall. With the runout modeling that was done in this case, the modeling is essentially impervious to changes in landslide frequency, whether that comes from logging activities or climate change, increased rainfall. What they've looked at is no matter how likely the landslides are to occur, they've looked at how far they will travel, and anything below where they could possibly travel is going to be considered that's outside of the hazard area for the landslides. So in that sense, even if logging or climate change does increase the landslide frequency, the hazard mapping here is going to stay the same.
Does that conclude your questions? Oop, just lost my screen, everyone. Have to hold on for a moment. There we go, I'm back. Director Acton, I'll put you on the list. I've got Director Wilson, Kuhn, and Acton. Director Wilson. Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to address a couple of things that CIO Carruthers said. And I'm still going through my confused stage here, because let me just get the right piece of paper here. The letter which went out, as far as I understand it, did have a clause at the end which said we are obligated to tell you here, but there is some stuff in there which basically I'd like to address as well. And much as we've discussed that we cannot make any directions, that's for the board, we can at least comment here. And it says here that subsequently the CVRD retained Edgewater Consulting to complete a detailed geohazard risk assessment in your area. A detailed geohazard risk assessment. So now let's have a look at the next page, which says it wasn't very detailed. I think it's paragraph 2. Let me just look it up here. Wrong page. Just give me 2 seconds while I get the right page.
Director Wilson, I'd just like to remind you.
Yeah, I'm sure he would. Hang on a second. Just give me
Director
2 seconds.
Wilson, I'm speaking right now, and as the chair, I'm going to direct you to please keep your comments in reference to the report before you. And it's important that these discussions be held at the board, because this file resides with the board. As committee, it's a question of whether or not there should be any discussion around reports that were commissioned by the board, and it should be held in a discussion with all of our colleagues who were responsible, this board and previous boards. So
okay.
Please refer your comments, or hold your comments for the board or directly to the report that we have before us.
As I've referred to page 1, I'll refer to page 2, which says, however, a detailed on-site property assessment was not completed. So we got complete confusion and contradiction in this one letter that went out to the residents there. And I have to fully agree with Director Acton that we need to do something, and we need to do something quickly to avert what is turning out to be a complete disaster.
Thank you, Director Smith.
Many comments have already been made that I'd like to reflect. My heart goes out to those that live in the electoral area of Yubo. I did also have an opportunity to read the letter, and it didn't seem to indicate exactly, things to do with torrent flow issues and refine the boundary and rockfall. So some of the things that those electoral area residents received in information in that letter is extremely vague. And if there was to be further studies or possibilities of further studies, it should have been indicated in that letter. And I remember attending the meetings regarding risk assessment, and there seemed to be a push because of a legal obligation to make sure that these residents were informed. But I'm not sure, we don't have our legal counsel in this meeting to actually know if that was the case. But my heart goes out to those in UBO and the sleepless nights that they've had. I feel that Director Acton definitely, we need to get out there and make sure these people are addressed as quickly as possible, and that their fears are alleviated.
Your mic's gone off, so I'm assuming that concludes your remarks. And you know, I just want to take a moment. I'll go to alternate Director Haim in just a second. He hasn't spoken yet, but just to keep in mind, there has been significant discussion beforehand around this issue and the presentation of it to electoral area services. Fully expect this will be a discussion item for the board. I just want to remind everyone that the presentation of this information to the public was done on advice and direction of the Privacy Commissioner. We can ask for a complete recounting and timeline of all of those things, but that is once again a function of the board to be asking for a complete timeline and accounting of these things, not the Electoral Area Services Committee. So I just remind you of that. We can have this full-on discussion with your municipal colleagues at the board. I'd like you to just focus on and concentrate on this aspect of the report that's being presented to us for information. You know, Director Kuhn spoke passionately at the time when some of this work was being done. And as it turns out, a lot of what he asserted then, it turns out that he was quite accurate right on that. We need to take what we've got before us, digest it, and go to a full-on discussion with this with your colleagues at the board, because once again, I'm saying this file rests with the board. So I'm going to go to alternate Director Haim, Director Kuhn, and Director Acton on the report. Alternate Director Haim.
Thank you. I admit I'm confused as to why it's on our agenda. If we're not being asked to give recommendation, we're not being asked to consider any sort of direction, recognizing we can't give direction, we can only recommend. So I'm confused why it's here. Having said that, you know, I can't imagine having been in the UBO area and getting this letter and being told this and going to a public meeting and being told this, especially in light of those properties in Seashell and what's happened to those people over the last while. But kind of looking forward, I think not so much a PR problem as a credibility problem, because my take on it, and I went back and read the stuff from a couple of years ago, people followed what was considered to be the science in making their decisions and put the trust in that aspect. And in terms of the credibility of the science, it's got a big hole in it right now. So when we come forward with something related to climate change, we're going to be fighting that credibility aspect, because somebody's going to turn right around and say, well, yeah, you said that the last time too, and look at how well that one turned out. So I think we need to learn from this. And so I do have a question to staff. How do we as directors, not scientists, go forward and make sure that we're considering the relevant information to make good decisions, give good direction, and not run into this problem? I realize there's going to be one-offs, can't know everything, but in terms of this one is a good example of what we don't want to do. So I'm looking for some information, advice, direction as to how, as an organization, we're going to change the process in the future so we don't run into this.
Alternate Director Haim, that's a perfect question, which is perfect to be asked at the board when we've got all of our staff assembled, because it's the organization and the board that have to have that discussion about the veracity of the information that is provided to us and how we interpret, digest, and process that and make decisions. It's absolutely a perfect question to be asked at the board. So are you comfortable in asking that at the board next week?
Yeah, most definitely. And thank you for that.
Thank you. I've got next Director Kuhn, or do you want to, Director Acton, would you like to go first and let Director Kuhn close?
Sure. Thank you. I have two questions. Why is it here then?
My understanding is, and I can refer to staff, but my understanding is because it was information that was important to be provided to the community that just involved one electoral area, and it was information that was ready to be presented to the committee and presented publicly in a published agenda. Beyond that, I'll turn to Ms. Miller, who's got her hand up. Would you like to take that, Ms. Miller?
If I may, thank you. Because of the increase to the quality of the base data from a 20-meter trim to a 10-centimeter LiDAR, we now have much better information. And the reason that we're tabling it at this committee at this time is that through tabling it, it allows land use services and the building inspectors in particular to take this new data into consideration for what properties they would require additional detailed works with. So by tabling it, we allow the properties where there's not an identified risk not to have to invest in site-based geotechnical work. That's not necessary at this time.
Your second question, Director Acton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, so as I remember it then, I don't remember us having the panic discussion with Director Kuhn just as electoral areas. That was brought to the board, and in that case, the whole board was involved. And so then now in this case, like there was no land, it wasn't presented to electoral area services first, is how I remember it.
Thank you. Was there a question in that?
Well, was it? Because then that would be some consistency, but right now, I'm just having a huge disconnect with why it would be here, and then we can't comment on anything, and that it's all decisions on the board, and then, okay, fair enough if it's about land use decisions, and then if it was, when we first initially found out, did we ever have this conversation in just land use or at electoral area services?
Ms. Miller.
Thank you. Great question. And Director Acton is correct. The previous discussions have all been through the Regional Services Committee. However, because the outcome of this more detailed analysis with the new data allows us to take away some of the requirements through the development permit process in discussion with Mr. Kurlhoff, the Land Use Services Department, tabling it here at this committee allowed them an opportunity to immediately action and reduce the impact on property owners and applicants. So that's why it's being taken here. We could have gone to Regional Services Committee, but this was the fastest way to get it on the table at this time.
One last question. So we're here this week. Do we need a recommendation for it to be on the board, or is that just going to naturally happen? Actually, I have another question. And then, so if that happens, how far are we down the line from notifying the community who's living with this anxiety that something may happen to their property?
Well, I'll go to your first question or your second question first. Staff have already answered that they are in the process of providing notification. And for the first question, I will go to Ms. Legault in Legislative Services in regards to referring this to the board.
Well, no, you told me that any of those discussions were going to be at the board, that it would be, the board would decide who would be, or or what kind of correspondence would be taking place. So now the community is being notified. So I'd like to know by when then.
I believe staff just said that they were working on preparing for notification. I don't know whether it will require a resolution from the board, but let's ask legislative services if that would be required, or another staff member. Ms. Legault, is this anticipated to be referred to the board, or do we require a resolution for this to be referred to the board?
The item itself is not currently on the open board agenda. So if this report, if you'd like this report referred, perhaps I'll defer to Mr. Carruthers.
Mr. Carruthers.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. We always bring our reports forward to the committee and to the board prior to notifying the public. The elected officials need to have that information and be aware. As Ms. Miller said, this is an information report because it directly affects land use planning decisions. It was initiated by a regional service. Environmental Services is a regional service. The information is coming to the Electoral Area Services Committee because it affects one electoral area, and we're bringing it forward so that the elected officials are aware, and we will be undertaking public notification of that report. It would be inappropriate for staff to go out and start notifying the public before the elected officials are aware of the outcome of a report. That's just standard practice for us. And as Kate said, bringing this forward as soon as possible to the ASC allows us to move forward in that direction, and staff will be working on notifying the public accordingly.
Turn to Director Kuhn.
I had the same question with regard to why is it coming to the ESC if we cannot make any decisions here anyway. To reply to what Mr. Carruthers just said, planning staff should be aware of that. They can't take any action before it's gone to the board anyway. So this whole presentation at EASC is nothing but just a notification. That's all it is. And I still ask, was there any real purpose for that, or is the purpose maybe just to give pre-warning to staff as to how the directors feel, because now there's more time to deal with it. Anyway, another question I have is my impression is that to notify the public of the disastrous properties that they own or whatever, we didn't have enough information. The study that was done was not complete. It wasn't detailed enough to give us the power to send out these letters. That's what I'm studying, because now we're proven that it was wrong, because the new study, which was detailed, says exactly the opposite. So anyway, and I'll bring that up to the board because I'm quite upset about that.
Thank you, Director Kuhn. Seeing no other hands in the air, that was an information item. We will now go to R2, which is a development services application, and I believe Mr. Limshu will be joining us next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to switch over to the PowerPoint presentation.
Just reminding everyone, for process purposes, we'll go through the presentation. If you have any questions, write them down. I can't see hands in this presentation mode. And when you're done with the presentation, could you lower the presentation off the screen, Mr. Limshu? Thank you.
Thank you. So item R2 refers to application number DVP 2801. Basically, this is a development variance permit application. Requesting the relaxation of our limitation on the number of fixtures in the accessory building. So what you see before you is the proposed new accessory building that the property owners want to build. And within that accessory building, our bylaw basically states that you're only limited to 2 fixtures, plumbing fixtures. And typically that'd be a toilet and a sink. In this particular case, the applicants wish to add 2 additional sinks in this proposed accessory building. Sink number 1 would be in the office area or studio, as shown in the diagram. Sink number 2 would be in the 2-car garage. Are there any questions?
I can't tell until you lower the presentation and I get my gallery view back. And this is electoral area A. So I will look for speakers list. I've got Director Acton first. Anyone else? Director Salmon. Director Acton, go ahead.
Thank you. I remember something coming up in Area B where it was the fixtures, looking for more fixtures than was allowed in the bylaw. And then at that point, we revoked that requirement because we had never actually denied anyone an opportunity. So was that not done at least for South Cowichan, or was that only done for Area B?
Mr. Limshu.
Unfortunately, I can't speak to that particular item because I believe I was not here at the time. However, the requirement with respect to the limitation on two fixtures is in the existing bylaw that's in play for Area A. And so that's why the variance is required.
Well,
Director Acton?
Thank you. Well, can you comment on the Area B bylaw in that regard? Is it only for Area B that we don't require any variance for more fixtures?
Mr. Limshu.
I will look to my planning colleagues to see if there's anyone that can answer to that, because I do not know that off the top of my head.
Do we have a land use services planner that would have the answer to that question?
If no one has the answer, I can certainly research that question and get back to the committee on that. But as it stands right now, with respect to this particular application, the bylaw limiting the number of fixtures is still in play, hence the volume permit application.
And this is the South Cowichan zoning bylaw. Have we got our friends in Area B contained in that zoning bylaw, or are they still standalone?
Standalone.
They're still standalone, so they could have a different regulation. This is zoning, not OCP. Does that clarify it for you, Director Acton?
Yeah, it was zoning as well. So what I'm thinking is if we've gotten rid of it in Area B, perhaps we should look at the other areas as well, because if the case is we have never actually denied anyone.
I'm not sure that that's the case, but we could certainly, I think there's enough staff online to recognize that that if there may be an exception in the Area B zoning bylaw, which is distinct from the joint A and C zoning, but I don't believe it occurs in the OCP.
Yeah.
I saw another hand. Oh, Director, Mr. Limshu.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, we can certainly take that under advisement, and certainly as we work our way through the harmonization of the zoning bylaws, I mean, this is one of those issues that we certainly will address at that point in time, if not sooner.
I have Director Salmon next.
Yeah, I second that. It would be nice to have that simplified if it seems appropriate for A and C as well, but I'd just like to move the recommendation.
Well, can you hold that for just a second? I've got Director Smith on the behind you. Director Smith, question?
Well, one of the things that I always see is as soon as additional utility or fixtures are added, they somehow mysteriously become additional accommodation. And adding an additional sink is different than adding the actual shower. But we see people skimming over in their concrete, and then once the inspector's gone, all of a sudden there's 3 fixtures there. So I think if we're going to look to not encouraging illegal suites and illegal dwellings within our communities, this is an area that we need to really concentrate on and think about. If people are willing to actually step forward and make legal, under our zoning bylaws and our bylaws, accommodation, that's great. But we seem to encourage, by adding additional fixtures, illegal suites, which then runs into insurance issues and a bunch of other things. And I think it's important that we set our direction in this. Is it possible to put a covenant prohibiting the use of accessory dwelling, the building as a dwelling? Is that a possibility of putting a covenant on that?
Mr. Limshu.
So in the staff report, it does speak to that issue. The zone actually does allow for a suite, and certainly there's nothing prohibiting the applicant from submitting for a suite, utilizing the accessory dwelling, a portion of it, as a suite. The applicant's been very clear that that's not the intent here. Really, it's to customize the accessory building to facilitate their needs. So in this particular case, we're not recommending a covenant, but you will see in a later application similar requests where we do recommend putting the restrictive covenant on to restrict a suite.
Thank you. And just before I go to Director Salmon to move a recommendation on this file, I too I'm starting to have concerns about the number of variances that we have coming forward that just seem to be a prelude to the creation of either daily or weekly rentals, Airbnb, that sort of thing, and that they're planned to be for another use, but the real intention is to develop additional accommodation units. And I'm not sure that that we're being effective in maintaining the community standard for what's expected. If this is truly, it looks to me to be more of a want than a need. And I thought the whole purpose for variances was to help alleviate hardship in certain circumstances, but I'll be supportive of this if Director Salmon, the director for the area, is. So I'll turn to Director Salmon. Do you want to move the recommendation?
Good comments, but yes, I do want to move the recommendation.
Seconded by Director Kuhn, and the recommendation is that it be recommended to the board that the development variance permit number DVP 20A01 for PID 005197112, the very section 4.5 sub 4 of the CVRD South Cowichan zoning bylaw number 3520 2012 to permit 2 additional plumbing fixtures in an accessory building be issued. Turn to the directors. I will now call the question. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? None opposed. That motion carries. And Ms. Legault, these resolutions will be going to the board for what date? I don't have my calendar open in front of me.
The next board meeting is May 13th.
Thank you. And I'll go to Director Acton in just a minute. I'd just like to remind everyone there was a slide up during our last break, and that those people that are following this meeting and want to provide or want to ask a question of the chair at the end of the meeting, the email address to send questions is all lowercase, all one word, legislative-services@cvrd.bc.ca. And I turn to Director Acton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate your comments that you made, that it's, obviously for a second suite and a rental. And, I think that conversation should come up sooner than waiting for the harmonized OCP. Because, in my opinion, we should be allowing all these secondary suites, and the community wants it, and we could put an easy way to have higher density. And I think it's a conversation that we should be having sooner than later. Is there a way, can we have that, have a motion to ask staff to come back with that? Would that be something the committee could put their vote behind at this time?
Before we absolutely can. We can direct staff to come back with some information for us, but I would now like to perhaps ask Ms. Chirelf, the General Manager of Land Use Services, if they could give us a ballpark as to timeline as to when we might be able to have at least a preliminary discussion on what you've just heard. Ms. Chirelf?
Sorry, unfortunately, Mr. Tippett isn't on the call today, and I believe Planner Coralie Breen has left, so I can't speak to where that would fall in terms of the harmonization of the zoning bylaw. But the Electoral Area Services Committee could make a recommendation to the board that staff be directed to come back with a report on options to update the zoning bylaws as they exist today. Those amendments could be fairly done fairly quickly, but it is a matter of prioritizing the work that staff are doing, and if that's a priority, that's something we can proceed with.
I think that's absolutely the intent. I just was hoping that we might be able to get a little bit of a ballpark as to could we do this in the next 2 to 3 months, or whether we would be looking at something that would be running into the HOCP and modernized OCP process. Any comment?
Mr. Chair, we could certainly come back with draft amendment bylaws within and have things move within the next couple of months. That can happen very quickly. Usually what takes more time is, involving the community in consultation. So if you want a referral to the Advisory Planning Commission, or if you want to do some other form of community consultation, then things typically take a little bit more time. If you're fairly comfortable that this is something that your community wants and you want to move it forward, you can move it forward. In fact, zoning bylaw amendments won't require public hearings. You could even waive the public hearing for that type of thing. So it can actually happen very quickly, depending on the amount of consultation that you want to do.
I'll go to Director Yanni Denardo, who waved at me a moment ago.
I didn't get to follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a concern for me. I'd like to see it in the harmonization because I'd like to see us all very clear, even with enforcement and everything else. But what's coming up in my community over and over again is the tiny homes, the confusion, the tiny homes, the secondary suite, Airbnb versus bed and breakfast. It's very confusing. It seems to me you can call them one or another. I just wondered if they could, if staff could give us like a current, how all of this is currently, and maybe what's proposed by Ms. Breen later on or something, or a timeline. I just, I get all kinds of complaints and I'm terribly confused on these things. So if I could get some clarity on this, I'd appreciate it myself for my area.
So I think what I'm hearing is that what Director Acton is asking for is a very specific, narrow scope sort of question, and yours is a bit of a broader one. So I'm going to go back to Director Acton, and who wanted to follow up, and I think perhaps might have crafted a resolution for us to consider.
Well, I don't have a resolution, but what I can tell you is what's going to happen with this property. They're going to have a rental there or an Airbnb. The neighbor's going to complain because they wanted to do the same thing. And now this neighbor's allowed to do it. So then bylaw is going to be called and they're going to be evicting somebody. So, I think this is something that needs to be resolved sooner than later. I guarantee that's the way this is going to go. From
so
all the
I
calls
guess
that I get. So so we're hearing that there's not enough affordable housing, that living costs are too high, so people want to rent out spaces. There's no hotels to stay in. So either we create like a moratorium on these types of behavior until the OCP, the harmonized OCP is created, or we make some amendments to certain areas, maybe based on our current OCPs. But I think it's something we're being very negligent by not addressing this now. So I would like to see maybe staff come back with a report that could give us, a window of opportunity that we could have. What could we resolve in 6 months? And then what's going to be resolved by the end of the harmonized OCP so that we're clear on what can happen.
So I'm just going to suggest that because we're in a virtual format, it's best practices if we want to see action take place. I think Ms. Charolf had given us very good wording that a recommendation could be made to the board that staff prepare a report on this specific issue. So as we sit here in the comforts of our home, mine isn't all that comfortable, but could I maybe implore that you take the time and your scratch pad, write out a resolution that would be acceptable to your colleagues, then it could be put to the floor, seconded and voted on, and then we can get that direction through to staff. I think we've had plenty of discussion on this specific matter, which is being our secondary dwelling units and the staff preparing interim bylaw amendments prior to HOCP being adopted. Is that clear to you, Ms. Charolf? I see you sort of nodding. So, Director Acton, is that, well, I've got another hand go up. I think Director Acton wanted to move that resolution. Is that what you wanted to do? Seconded by Director Yanni DiNardo. Is there any discussion on that resolution, Director Smith?
We're all headed in the direction of the HOCP to the modernization. If we start chipping away at every little detail and moving it into, let's do this ahead of time. Oh, no, now we should move this in ahead of time. What we're doing is we're diverting the staff's time. The staff is currently working to catch up for us. The other staff in planning is also working to move our HOCP along so that we're having community input. If all of a sudden out of the blue, we blast away into space saying, we, the electoral area directors, we're going to tell you, we're going to do this. And we didn't really have the community. The community is in a program right now that they're feeling comfortable that we're asking for their input. If we move ahead with this one now, then next week we decide we're going to pick another one, and then a week after that we're going to pick another one. All of a sudden we're all jumbled up and we're not moving in a form together. So I can't support pulling one item out for the moment. Yes, I agree that this is something that needs to be talked about, and it was obviously talked about when you got your statistics back from the open houses. So it is something, but it's not the priority that was put out during the HOCP open houses. So I think it's important that we move along. Maybe things that are priority, maybe we should be pulling them out and moving them along. I don't think we should be pulling anything out. I think we need to go through with the process. And if people have to wait a little bit longer, I think we're all going to be waiting a little bit longer for a lot of things. So I think that this is an opportunity to help staff catch up and work along for all of us at the same time.
Thank you, Director Smith. And I've got Director Haim and Director Nicholson, and I just make this comment that this is, I think, a fairly specific and narrow issue around. We're getting a lot of variances for additional fixtures and the ability to turn what wouldn't normally be a rental unit into a rental unit. I think that's the sort of the scope of what we're talking about here, and not a broad delay or insertion into the HOCP process. I value your opinion and your input. I'll go to Director Haim next, alternate Director Haim, followed by Director Nicholson. I'll put you back on the list.
First, echoing the exact same things that Director Smith said with regards to any sort of additional process related to the OCPs themselves. With respect to the actual application itself, I don't see it as being harmful in any way. I think the aspect of the plumbing fixture limitation is so restrictive, and I realize the reasoning and rationale behind it. But,
alternate Director Haim, that resolution has been voted on. This is a subsequent resolution to that. So if you could stick to the resolution around directing staff to prepare, or recommending to the board that be directed to prepare a report, please.
And that was my point. We went from a little thing up to something much larger. If somebody wants to bring it forward as an agenda item at a later date so that people can consider it, that's great. I think to send staff to prepare a report to insert into this process that we've been setting aside already, I think would be the incorrect thing.
Thank you. Director Nicholson.
Thank you. I think that there's a bit of a tension here about having to make decisions when zoning bylaws are flawed. And, you know, we need, as we go along, we figure out ways that we need to adjust zoning bylaws to be more in line with what the policy is intending. And right now, we've got a real backlog of little issues that need to be fixed to tide us over to the modernization of our zoning. And I think we need to remember that there are a backlog of these small issues because we have had staffing shortages for a long time in planning, and then we had this huge influx of applications, and so everyone's attention was diverted on the applications. But what we're seeing is over and over having to make decisions when there are things that just don't make sense in today's world. And some of them are just small fixes. And I think Ms. Sheroff is suggesting that this could be a small fix. And I believe that we really need to get going on some of these small fixes, but still maintain the momentum on moving forward on our modernization. And I think we can do both because we seem to be in a better place right now, staffing and volume-wise.
Thank you. Director Smith.
People I hear talking about a lot of the illegal accommodation, that's the affordable housing in a lot of communities. And they talk about the noise, they talk about the parking issues. So when it comes to just adding an additional fixture, it's not just an additional fixture. There's parking, there's fire issues, there's the neighbors to consider. And so I think that even the building inspectors would have issues with some of the properties that are running illegally. And if we just say, oh, we're just going to make this little minor change, it isn't really a minor change. It has a huge impact on the neighbors around that specific area. And if they're not included in the conversation, as is going to happen in the harmonized official community plan and modernized, then we're ignoring our communities and them having the input. So I think it's not just one little thing about adding an additional fixture, it's about the whole picture. And something that's used for one thing, that may not be what it's going to be used for. So I can't support putting this on and out at this time. As much as I'm looking for affordable housing, I think we can do it in a timely manner that actually is a process that includes the community, not bypassing this and bypassing that.
So we're going to deal with this impromptu resolution, and then I think we're going to have a quick break. And I just implore my colleagues around the table that this is really simple. Are you in favor of a staff report? Yes or no? Put up your hand, yes or no. So I would implore you to not think 8 steps down the road. This is a very simple request for a recommendation to the board for a staff report. I've got Director Acton next and Director Wilson. Do either of you want to make comment on that?
I'm good. That's exactly what I was going to say.
Thank you. Director Wilson, do you have anything else to say?
Yeah, it's pretty simple, straightforward, and all the rest of it. And I'm just wondering whether, with all the discussion on affordable housing and illegal this and illegal that, whether anyone who's considering having an illegal suite is actually going to come to us and say, can I have planning permission, please, for my illegal suite? So no, let's just get on and vote for this.
Okay, so the resolution is that it be recommended to the board that staff prepare a report on the issues around secondary dwelling units and variances and the likes. I think they understand the intent. We've gone around this. All those in favor by a show of hands. Are there any opposed? Director Haim opposed. Director Smith opposed. That motion carries. That will go to the next board. I don't know what time it is, but it's been a long time since I got up. It's 4:30. Everybody take 10 minutes. Come back at 4:40, please. Turn off your microphones and your cameras.
Camera started.
Thank you. Now, my understanding is we're on R3. Is that correct? Mr. Limshu, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just going to share with you my PowerPoint. So through to the chair, item R3 relates to application number DVP 19G03 in relation to 10879 Olson Road. So the committee will recognize this application because it did come before the committee on its April 15th meeting. The proposed variance is to relax the side yard setback from 3 meters to 0.95 meters, and also to relax the rear yard setback from 4.5 meters to 4.28 meters in order to accommodate the addition to the existing single-family dwelling. The purpose of the addition is to accommodate a family member. Back in April 15th, there was a letter submitted from a neighbor expressing some concerns related to the proposed variance. That neighbor has since submitted a subsequent email indicating that he now endorses the proposed variance. And in fact, a number of the items that the committee members received earlier in the meeting expresses support for the proposed development variance permit. Are there any questions?
Could you lower your presentation so I can see my colleague? So I think this one has been to committee. It has been discussed. It has been the initial concerns that were put in late last time have been addressed by the same individual with a late submission again today. So I turn to the director for the area, Director Smith.
Thank you. I'd like to move the staff recommendation.
Seconded by Director Yanni DiNardo. And the recommendation is that it be recommended to the board that DVP 19G03 for PID 003364828 to vary section 5.4.4 of the CVRD Electoral Area G Saltaire Gulf Island zoning bylaw number 2524 of 2005 to reduce the minimum interior side parcel line setback from 3 meters to 0.095 meters, and to reduce the minimum rear parcel line setback from 4.5 meters to 4.28 meters be issued. I will now call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Unopposed. That motion does carry. Next item is R4. Mr. Limshu.
Actually, item R4 was withdrawn.
It was pulled. Thank you. Yep, that's out of there. R5. So
R5. With respect to R5, we're looking at application number DVP 19I03 8876 Palmer Way. The map that you see in front of you just provides a bit of context in terms of where the property sits in relation to the road. So as you can see, Palmer Way is the frontage road. And it's actually, this property is part of a Bearland strata, and Palmer Way is really a private road. So you'll see that Palmer Way fronts the property. There's a green strip within the road right of way. that contains Reeds Creek Road. The other interesting thing about this diagram, if you look at the neighboring property, the development variance permit that's been requested will have a similar outcome to what you see on the neighboring property to the left. The proposal is to relax the front yard setback from 7.5 meters to 1 meter and the side yard setback from 3 meters to 1 meter to accommodate accessory dwelling. The site itself is fairly challenging as it's fairly steep, sloping downwards.
Before you go on, I think you said to accommodate an accessory dwelling. Did you mean an accessory?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Building?
Accessory building, garage.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that correction. In fact, it's noted on the drawings. It's a proposed garage. My apologies. The primary reason or rationale with respect to the variance is the fact that the site itself is fairly steep, heading downhill from Palmer Way towards Couch and Lake. The purpose of the garage is to ultimately house not only vehicles but also trailers for boats and so forth. And in reading the rationale, the designers indicated that the further down that the garage is proposed from the site, the steeper the driveway will have to be. That's making it more difficult to maneuver a trailer with a boat on the back into the garage. I think the other thing too is that when you take into account positioning of the proposed garage in relation to the surrounding property, as you can see, it will not impede anyone's views with respect to the location of the building. Are there any questions related to this?
Can you lower your presentation? Okay, I can see all my colleagues' smiling faces. It looks like Director Yanni DiNardo's up first. So Director Yanni DiNardo.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if it's an actual question, but I think it comes back to the garages. I kayak by these giant summer seasonal homes all the time, which they've taken up so much land already, and it is a real awkward spot. But I think we're actually being very accommodating. And then once again, I think that these turn into another B&B and another Airbnb, and so I really have a lot of concerns with these accessory dwellings, and we don't have clear direction on them. That's just my thoughts. I'll wait and hear.
I saw Director Kuhn with his hand in the air.
I'd like to move to recommendation.
Moved by Director Kuhn, seconded by Director Wilson, and I don't see any hands in the air, and I will now call the question. All those in favor? Is there any opposed? Unopposed? Director Yanni DiNardo opposed. That motion carries. That will go to the board next Wednesday. Next item is R6. Mr. Lemshu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item R6 relates to application number DVP 20I03, property location 7328 Lakefront Drive. Similar to earlier application, the variance request is to allow for one additional plumbing fixture. The diagram that you see before you indicates generally where that extra plumbing fixture will exist. So there's a washroom facility being proposed within the garage area. The limitations on 2 plumbing fixtures. Now, in this particular scenario, the zoning actually does not allow for a suite, whereas in the previous application, it did. Hence, in order to address the concern with respect to legal suites, staff is recommending to register a restrictive covenant prohibiting a secondary suite, prohibiting the accessory building from being used as dwelling unit. Questions?
I know I have one, but when you've dropped your presentation, I'll see you, my colleagues have any. So I've got Director Acton as well. Anyone else? So my question through to you, Mr. Limshu, is, and everything seems to be blurring one into another, but is this a currently built structure or a proposed built structure? And you know, if we've had staff in there to have a look.
I will pass the mic to the staff planner, Emily Dickinson, to confirm whether or not this is, I believe this is the proposed building.
Ms. Dixon, you're a little dark there, but we can see you a little bit. Now we can hear you. Ms. Dixon, please go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the building is proposed at this time, and staff have not visited the site. Number one is the building is not proposed, and number two, our site visits have gone down quite a bit since the COVID pandemic.
So fair enough. And is it a reasonable? Is it a reasonable? Somebody's got to turn their mic off. Ms. Dixon.
Director I has his mic on.
Director Kuhn has his mic on. Question through. So can I have some explanation as to, so assuming this is approved and there's a building permit application and we allow for the extra fixture and we register the covenant for no additional dwelling units, how are we as a committee and the organization going to be assured that we get an as designed built structure that doesn't turn into a secondary dwelling unit? Mr. Limshu.
So through the building permit process, and I know that the manager of the building permits online as well, but through the building permits, we do conduct inspections as the project is being constructed. And so certainly the inspectors are looking for conformance with respect to the building plans that have been submitted. Now, I get your question probably pertains to what happens after the building's complete and the final occupancy is issued. Certainly we are not going out and looking at the buildings, 2 years from now or 3 years from now. However, if we do get a complaint from a neighbor, we'll certainly go out and inspect it. The benefit of having a covenant registered untitled is that it clearly states that the building, accessory building, cannot be used as a dwelling. And so certainly the owner of the day has no excuse to say that he didn't know.
So thank you for that. And I would like to follow up through with to Mr. McDonald. Can you give us some indication as to what your staff look for when, obviously our radar is up and our antenna are up and we're a little suspect of these kind of applications. What do you, before occupancy is issued, are there telltale signs of plans for uses other than what are allowed?
Yeah, through you, Director. There's a lot of things we look for, and certainly it's not always the plumbing fixtures. It'll certainly be some of the wiring in the house. So if there's typically going to be wiring for a stove, so we always ask that is removed. As far as plumbing fixtures, actually I'd like to go first a bit because you had made a question about guarantees. There are no guarantees, as Frank has alluded to. Once the building inspectors have signed the house off, we can't control what happens after. So it's sort of a two-part thing. Going further back to one of the other applications that was before you earlier, where they were looking for two-piece plumbing, that was pretty obviously to me a garage with a big garage door, not likely to turn into a suite, but where there are situations where it's maybe be a two-story garage, and above the garage there's a layout that looks more like there's a big room that's being called a studio, something else that looks like a closet, something else that looks like a future bathroom. Those are more suspect on and watch a little closely.
Thank you for the clarification. Turn to Director Acton. Director Acton?
I'm good. You asked it.
Thank you. Director Kuhn?
This property is in the Woodland Shore subdivision. Now, the Woodland Shore subdivision, all of these houses are pretty expensive houses, pretty big and expensive, and I have very much doubt if any of them would tolerate somebody subletting an area in a house to let's say a tenant or whatever. I don't think they would tolerate that very much. So my impression is from knowing the area, I don't think we have any risk there of them, let's say, making this into a secondary suite of it. I don't think that's going to take place. So I'm moving the recommendation.
Moved by Director Kuhn, seconded by Director Wilson. Any further discussion on this item? Did I miss anyone? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Are any opposed? Unopposed, Director Yanni DiNardo. That motion carries, and we'll go through to next Wednesday's board meeting. Next item, R7. I think Mr. Limshu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item R7, again, relates to an application number DVP 20I04, 9110 Marble Bay Road. The variance that's being requested relates to variance on the height, again, for an accessory building. The applicant is requesting to relax the height or increase the height from 6 meter maximum to 8.64 meter maximum height. The rationale that's been submitted indicates that the applicant wishes to design the accessory building to match the general look and feel of the existing dwelling on the property. Questions?
Sorry about the slurping, everyone. Questions for Mr. Limshu? I have a question for him. Mr. Limshu, I did I think a back of the napkin kind of calculation. And if I'm not mistaken, is this height variance something like 40% above what the general provision is, maximum provision for a
Yes, if you look at the increase, it's an extra 2.64 meters above what's currently permitted. And again, it's to basically accommodate the pitched roof design for the accessory building. Certainly they can look at meeting the height requirement by reducing the steepness of the pitch or with a flat roof design. However, it wouldn't necessarily match the overall look of the building.
Thank you, Director Yanni DiNardo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It looks like I'm being the cranky pants on these ones, but I really, I'm very familiar with all of these areas, as a lot of you know, and there has been, I know this one would be more in a forested area, but there has been a garage that was built beside our property that was at the maximum height. At one time there was forest and now there isn't, and it sticks out like a sore thumb. It has suites on top. Like, this is just the way it goes, and that's why I want to clarify with staff so we have the right rules and stuff on all of this B&B secondary suites, because I think that they're getting away on us and we're not dealing with it. So we can't do, we can approve or deny, but my fact of the matter is I think that there's too many of these being built, and then they're going to have when they harmonized OCP or the modernization, they'll go, oh, that was grandfathered because it was before that time, so everyone gets a free ride. I just think that we're not thinking out on all these, and they're going to be all here, and we'll be dealing with them later. But yeah, just like
Director Smith.
Thank you. Through the chair to staff, can you tell me the square footage of the additional section above the garage?
I believe we have planner Chloe Doyle online. Perhaps she can tell me that number off the top of her head.
Ms. Boyle, could you come online with your picture and voice? And Mr. Limsky, can you close down your mic while you shuffle papers? Ms. Boyle.
Can you guys see me? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Sorry, my internet keeps cutting out, so bear with me while I reopen the file. But the building plans should be on both the PowerPoint and as an attachment on the agenda report. Sorry, I can share my screen with you.
Mr.
I'm not able to access DS apps. I don't know, Frank, if you would be able to access DS apps.
Actually, no, because I'm not connected to the network at the moment.
I've got my best glasses on, and I can't read that printing that's that small. So.
Yeah, I know. I apologize. I'm not really sure why. I'm getting this spinning wheel.
I can read it. It looks like the loft area is 649 square feet, and the total floor area is 1,965.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Ian.
Let's answer your question, Ms. Director Smith.
Yeah, that answers my question. That's an awfully large space, and the roof is extremely high, and trees can be cut down, and these buildings become quite a bit of an eyesore, I think, as Lori's pointed out, as she's seen things change. So I thank you for the square footage.
Thank you, Director Kuhn. Oh, were you going to move the recommendation, Director Kuhn?
Yes, I'm moving the recommendation.
Are you seconding, Director Acton?
Yes.
You want to speak to the resolution?
Yes.
Director Acton.
Although it is a big garage, it is a large property at the moment. And I don't know that we should be taking this one and making an example out of it. It's a 5-acre lot. And it is in an area where people have boat garages. And so they're quite big. And, you know, I think if it's something that we don't want to allow, then we have to be quite specific. That is a large garage, and there's lots of them around, even in my area, just as big, and they're smaller lots. So I think the 5-acre lot is obviously, I'm going to support this.
Director Wilson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, as far as I can make out, the original intention is purely to match angles from the adjoining building. So from that point of view, from the aesthetics, yeah, let it go ahead.
Seeing no other hands in the air, I will now read the resolution. Oh, we'll get back to it. Multitasking with my left hand, it's not working. Resolution for R7, that it be recommended to the board that development variance permit BVP 20I04 for PID 005999405 to vary section 5.12.5 of the CVRD zoning bylaw number 2465 2004 Electoral Area I, Yubo-Mead Creek, to increase the maximum height for an accessory building from 6 meters to 8.64 meters be issued. And I'll call a question. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? Director Smith, Director Yanni Gerardo, and Director Morrison. That motion carries. We'll go forward to the next week's board meeting. R8. Mr. Limshu.
Thank you. Item R8 relates to application number DP 18B04. Properties located at 4670 and 4676 Goldstream Heights Drive. So the map you see in front of you just provides a context map identifying where the subject property sits. So as you can see, the property actually fronts both Goldstream Heights Drive as well as Stebbings Road. The applicant is proposing to create a 5-lot subdivision. Effectively, what they're looking to do, there's currently an existing 2-lot strata on the parcels, and there are 2 existing homes here and here. The owners wish to collapse the strata and basically reconfigure subdivide the parcels up to create this 5-lot subdivision. It would be 5 fee simple parcels, which is consistent with what the zoning allows for that area. I just wanted, with the committee's indulgence, I just wanted to take an opportunity to just talk about the process. So, as the committee is aware, subdivisions are approved by the Ministry of Transportation. And so what happens is the property owners will make application to the Ministry of Transportation. The ministry will receive the application and in turn send a referral to the regional district for comment. Regional district staff will review the general layout to see if there's compliance with the zoning that's in place. So the big one being, does it meet the minimum parcel size and any other sort of bylaw requirements. Comments are then sent back to Highways, and Highways produces what's called PLR, Preliminary Layout Review. They just changed the title. But in addition to looking at compliance to the zoning, staff also, the CVRD staff also looks to see whether or not a development permit is required or whether the project or the parcel falls within the development permit area. So when the applicant receives the letter from the ministry, the letter is really a checklist for the applicant to follow. Here are the requirements. If you want your subdivision approved, here are a number of items that one has to address. And typically would include items related to potable water, septic system, access, drainage. And in this case, the added requirement would be to obtain a development permit from the regional district. So the final approval doesn't actually occur until the applicants fulfill all those conditions. So in this case, the applicants made an application for the development permit because it does fall within the development permit area, South Cowichan Rural DPA, and the guidelines pertain to subdivision, landscaping, rainwater management, and environmental protection. So as you can see in the staff report, there's a number of documents that have been submitted in support of the proposed subdivision and to ensure compliance with the development permit area guidelines. That includes a weed management plan, a site plan, geotech assessment, wildfire hazard assessment, as well as a hydrological assessment. And these are requirements to ensure compliance with respect to the development permit guidelines. So from from the CVRD's perspective and staff's perspective, we want to ensure that the proposed development ultimately will meet the intent of those development permit area guidelines. And through our review of the various documents, we've come to the conclusion that yes, this application does meet the intent of the development permit guidelines. So with that, there will. Any questions?
And when you've lowered your presentation and I can see my colleagues again, I'll go to a speakers list if anyone has interest. I've got Director Acton, Smith, I've got myself, anyone else? Director Nicholson, Yanni Donardo and Salmon. What else? Okay. Questions for staff? Director Acton.
I'll go last.
Okay, I'll reorder it. Director Smith.
Through the chair to staff, in the design, there's sort of like a little wiggly trail going through one of the lots. Can you just advise me what that is?
Mr. Limshu, wiggly line through the, yes.
Like a little worm.
Through the Director Smith, are you talking about, are you looking at the proposed subdivision layout?
Looks like it.
Yep, so that squiggly line relates to existing access points on the property. So they could be existing driveways on the site.
Excellent, thank you. Director Nicholson.
Thank you. This is the application where there's been some high lead levels in the groundwater adjacent to this property. Is that correct? So given your explanation of how the process works, how is it that we can make sure that this is brought to everyone's attention and there is, you know, someone does look at the water issue before it goes very far?
So within the CVRD, we do have a development services bylaw. And within that bylaw, it does talk about confirming potable water for new lots created. Certainly, as the CVRD staff coordinates our response with the Ministry of Transportation, we'll certainly point that out to the Ministry as well, just to flag that as a concern. But the long and short of it is that the applicant will have to confirm that there is actual adequate potable water available for sites. So it's not just quality, it'll also be quantity as well.
Follow up?
Right, I understand that. I'm just wondering about whether they've been made aware of that sooner rather than later.
Oh, the current owners? Oh, we can certainly have dialogue with the current owners to make sure that they are aware of it.
Final follow-up, Director Nicholson?
I have a follow-up question about wildfire risk. Hang on. We have do we have policies for this area that ensure that we're not approving development in high wildfire hazard areas? And if not, or if so, how is this related to amenity provisions on subdivisions to supporting the capability of the Malahat Fire Hall?
Mr. Limshu?
So through the committee, we do have policies within our OCP that speaks to fire hazard, hence the requirement for the applicants to provide a fire management plan. A wildfire hazard management assessment. And in that assessment, it does make recommendations to what can be done to mitigate fire on the site. These reports will form part of the development permit and be registered on title. With respect to amenities, there is a provision under the zoning to require a $10,000 contribution for each new lot created. So in this case, where there are 2 existing lots, there are actually only 3 new lots being created. So the applicant, should this application move forward, will be required to provide a in total a $30,000 contribution. So 10,000 for each new lot towards amenities. And that's embedded in the actual zoning itself.
Thank you. I've got Director Yanni, Donardo, Salmon, and myself, and Director Acton following. So Director Yanni, Donardo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Limshu. I know that water was one thing. Director Nicholson asked that question. And they have to come back, like the sewer system. I can't pull up my other, I had some notes on my thing. How is it going to work with the sewer? Does it have anything to do with, only because what we historically, sewer systems have been put together with small little subdivisions that are far away from services. And then they say, we can't look after it anymore. CVRD, come and help me.
Yep. So the proposed parcel areas for each of these lots is greater than 2 hectares, which is over 5 acres. So each parcel will be serviced by an on-site septic system. And so it will be the responsibility of the property owner to maintain that septic system. The regional district will not be involved whatsoever.
To follow up.
Go ahead.
I just see this. Okay, the 5-acre properties, then they get approval, then they want to make it, then those 5 acres get, but that's part of the process. Thanks for the confirmation.
So they will have to comply with the zoning bylaws. So to follow through on your comment, if the applicants wish to subdivide further at some future date, so go from 5 acres to 2.5 acres, again, they would have to comply with the zoning of the day. And if the zoning permits it, then we will evaluate it as per the bylaws that are in place at that point in time.
Thank you, Mr. Limshu. Director Salmon.
My question was answered.
So I'm next on the list, and I think maybe some of Director Yanni Donardo's thoughts are wearing off on me, because there's just something objectionable that I find about this, and maybe as a chair I should be a little bit more balanced in this, but I just have a couple of issues. Firstly, the fact that we have been quite severely chastised for allowing for additional development, and this isn't a high wildfire area, this is an extreme wildfire area, and we're going from 2 lots to 5. And what normal rational person thinks that it's a good idea to develop in an area that doesn't have fire protection, as just septic and wells, and in what world does that make a lot of sense? And it's my sense that a number of these prior developments were created under strata, and now they're de-stratifying because the zoning has changed for it to even be more advantageous than it was when they did the strata approach years ago. So a question that I'm going to raise with staff is, the current lots are not 2 fee simple lots. They're 2 strata lots. And even though I really dislike this cash for density provision in the South Cowichan OCP, isn't there a way that the creation, like, isn't the wording that when new fee simple lots are being created, that the $10,000 amenity apply? Or does it matter what kind of lot it was? Because I think they've been afforded the benefit of having two strata lots, and now they're creating something different. They're creating 5 fee simple lots that aren't under the banner of strata. So why wouldn't there be a $50,000 charge amenity contribution as opposed to 30?
It's my understanding that the intent of the bylaw is to basically charge that amenity contribution for new lots created. Yes, you're correct that the existing is 2 strata lots, but they are in fact 2 separate entities. They allow for dwelling on each lot. So in terms of density, we're not, that's not changing. What's changing is the fact that under this scenario of creating the 5 lot fee simple scenario, you're going to be allowing for 3 new dwellings up there, which increases the density by 3 units.
And just a final comment, you know, they've ticked all the boxes, and it's our responsibility when an applicant ticks all the boxes that the development variance permits need to be approved. I would like to see more robust planning around the wildfire. I think it's going to be a crisis in the future, but regardless, it looks to me like they've ticked all the boxes. I will go to Director Acton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, thank you for the last few speakers. Those are all good comments. And yes, like you said, they've checked off the boxes. The layout is poor in my opinion, but I guess we have no say in that either. You know, to put one lot in the middle is kind of, anyway. And I think this application is and because they got the zoning and everything lines up, but this is a perfect example of why we need to be incorporated in South Cowichan. So with that, I'd like to move the recommendation.
Thanks, Director Acton. Is there a seconder? It's moved by seconded by Director Wilson. Any further discussion on the recommendation? I'm going to read it out. Hope I got the right one. That it be recommended to the board that 1 development permit number DP18B14 for PID 026601630 and 026601648 be issued. 2, that the required cash amenity contribution of $30,000 for development permit number DP18B14 be made to the Shawnigan Lake Recreation Specified Area Capital Projects Reserve Fund pursuant to the Electoral Area B zoning bylaw number 985, 1986, section 7.3C sub G, minimum parcel sizes and amenity requirements for Goldstream Heights. Seeing no other hands, I will call the question. All those in favor?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm just trying to pull that up. Can you repeat the part on the amenity? Did it say Shawnigan Lake Community Center?
It says Shawnigan Lake. Okay, everybody put your hands down. Let's go back and look at this. It has been duly moved and seconded. It says the Shawnigan Lake Recreation Specified Area Capital Projects Reserve Fund.
So that's not correct because Mr. Limchu asked me about that. Was that not the one you asked me about, Mr. Limchu? That it would go to the Shawnigan Lake Community Center Capital Projects Fund, Reserve Fund, I guess.
Okay, well, let's hang on here. We normally when we go to the vote, but
I don't think that's a proper.
Can you clarify?
Function.
Director Acton is quite correct. I did ask her prior to the report being prepared as to what fund she would like to see that in, and she did indicate which fund she wanted to see the monies go to. So if that is not the correct fund, we should make that change now.
That's not even a fund, I think. It just the wording's wrong. It just says Shawnigan Lake Community Center.
Mr. Tippett's flashed up on his screen. Maybe he's got some advice for us. Mr. Tippett.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not actually sure of the formal name of the function that runs the but I'm wondering if there's, is there anyone involved from Legislative Services watching this? They would definitely know. Because I remember one time being surprised by the official name of the function, being somewhat different than what I thought it was too. But I'm not sure. I'm just wondering if Angie or anyone else like Kathleen is there.
Well, Frank, Mr. Limshue's leading in, and I think it's probably more of a finance guys would know, or maybe Ms. Legault knows. So I'll go to Ms. Legault first and then come back to Mr. Limshue. Ms. Legault.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to defer to Mr. Limshue. I have to bring up the list of services to be able to tell you what the correct name of that fund is.
Mr. Limshue, have you got any further enlightenment to bring to us?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I'm currently searching to see if I can get the correct name for that fund.
Okay, you keep searching, and Ms. Sherulf has been waving at me for a couple of seconds here. Ms. Sherulf.
I can give you the wording of the section in the bylaw. So what it says is in respect of any parcel created that's less than 4 hectares in area, a cash amenity contribution of $10,000 per new parcel, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, to either of the following public amenities: Community Parks Capital Reserve Fund, Area B, Shawnigan Lake, or Shawnigan Lake Recreation Specified Area Capital Projects Reserve Fund.
Okay,
Those
so I think
the options.
Thank you, Ms. Sherulf. So I think I see a path forward here. I think we can pass the resolution, and between now and next week, can we have the director and staff work on clarifying specifically where it's to go? I see you waving, Director Smith. We can clarify this before it goes to the board, because if the bylaw says it's one of two.
Yeah, and we have done it before. It is the Shawnigan Lake Community Center. I would rather have the right wording now, and if
you will be delaying the process, we can correct it at the board. What Ms. Sherulf has just done is read from the bylaw. And we have to go with what the bylaw is in the books, unless there's been another provision somewhere that we don't know about right now, and we don't have all the right people at the table, but we can fix this between now and the board.
Okay.
And she's read from the bylaw. So I'm suggesting that we approve this as it's been moved and seconded, and that the correction happen between now and then. Director Smith.
So I've just looked up the function. It's function 463. It says Recreation, Shawnigan Lake Community Center.
Thank you, Director Smith, but that isn't what the bylaw says. So I think we have to go with what the bylaw says, and if there's an ability to amend it between now and the board, that's when we'll do it. So I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? Nobody's waving opposed. That motion carries. Can staff please make a note to get in touch with the director between now and tomorrow at noon to get that corrected?
Yes.
I think we're in our R9. R9 and everybody else's agenda. Mr. Limshue.
Application R9, number DP 19B21, affects property on Courtney Way. Similar to the previous application, the development that's being proposed is for a 5-lot subdivision. However, this one's slightly different in the sense that this is going to be a bare land strata subdivision. So you'll see the 5 parcels being proposed fronting on Courtney Way, with the disposal field service all 5 lots tucked in the back as common property. Now, I should note that this septic field will be private, and it will be up to the strata to manage and maintain that septic field. This is not going to be maintained by the Capital Regional District, or sorry, the Cowichan Valley Regional District in any way, shape, or form. Questions?
Can you lower your presentation?
Yep.
And I'll get my colleagues in the gallery view. We've got Director Salmon. Anyone else? Director Nicholson, Director Smith. Okay, let's start with you folks then. Director Salmon, questions to staff.
So, yeah, thank you. So full disclosure, I live in the neighborhood of this one, but I just wanted to check that we've looked at all possible options here for a trail connection through to Forsyth Way. It's come up before, but it's been in the master plan, and I think it was determined that we were taking cash in lieu instead of trail, but I'm just wanting to double check that it's been considered where there's something like a covenant across that common property would allow for future trail access when a neighboring property.
I will defer that to the staff planner, Sheila Herrera.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Herrera, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to just go into the subdivision folder and check. That was my recollection as well, that I had referred this to, or this was referred to Parks when we got the referral initially. I will just need a moment to actually go find that information to actually confirm for you.
So if you could do that, we'll come back to Director Salmon, and I'll go to Director Nicholson next.
Thank you. I am wondering about this community septic field, and how does this get into the sewer plan, future plans for this area?
So just to be clear, this proposed septic field is actually a private field that only services those proposed 5 lots. So it's kind of similar to individual field on parcels. However, in this case, what they've done is rather than having individual septic fields for each lot, they're proposing one treatment facility to deal with the sewage from the 5 lots that are being proposed. So this field site is considered common property, which means that it's part of the overall subdivision, and every parcel owner has to make a contribution towards the maintenance of that field.
Does that help you, Director Nicholson? Follow up?
So I understand that. I understand that, but what I don't understand is, and probably because I don't know the area very well, we have talked about sort of thinking ahead for liquid waste management and trying to amalgamate systems and all that type of thing. And so I'm just wondering, is this way off the map in terms of being able to hook up to a sewer system in the future or not?
If in the future a sewer line runs along the front of each of these properties, so i.e. Courtney Way, and the ability for those individual parcels become available for connection, yeah, there is the opportunity for that to happen. And then what happens is the question then becomes, well, what happens to the field in the back? And so there would have to be further discussions at that point in time as to what the appropriate end use for that field in the back should be. But to answer your question, yeah, there would be, assuming that the sewer line ran along Courtney Road, there's the potential for connection at a future date.
Does that conclude your remarks, Director Nicholson? Thank you. Director Smith.
Thank you. In the past, the CVRD has had many private sewer systems knocking on their door, asking to be taken over. There doesn't seem to be any rules and regulations in place with regards to the private sewer systems. People don't understand the different systems and how they are managed, but they just turn on their tap and they flush their toilets and away it goes, and they think that's the end of it. But unfortunately, they come knocking at the CVRD's door, and I would wonder how many the CVRD has allowed in over the past while. And then you look at those tiny private systems that they've taken in, and they're just not affordable. And we see that as we work through some of our issues, looking at some of the systems that are 36, 30, 15, 16, and they just aren't able to financially support those systems. And then it's like, oh, the developer's gone and everything else. So taking on properties that have private sewer systems is not something that we should be encouraging. I believe that in OCPs, it's written in quite a few of them to indicate that private OCP, the private sewer systems, private water systems are not to be encouraged. So these are just a nightmare down the road for the CVRD and for people purchasing those properties. So it's not a good, I'm not in support of any private sewer system being put into the CVRD at this time into those areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Smith. And I'm actually on the list, and so I see Director Yanni Donardo over there smiling. And, firstly, this is a Bearland strata. So this is another one of those where the folks get to go and work under some other level of government's legislation to be able to do what they're doing. They're just asking us for a development permit here, and they're really not asking us for permission to do a common septic system. They're doing it, and that's the proposal. If it wasn't a strata, they would have to meet the provisions that we have. We haven't yet developed a liquid waste management plan and infrastructure in that area, and so there's nothing for them to hook up to. I have a very similar system in my community with about a dozen lots, and they've created their own community septic system. And ultimately, at the end of the day, when there's a sewer line running by their house or running by their property, they will disconnect theirs, plug into our pipe, they will sell that extra lot, and they will be all the better for it. I don't like these either, but this is a development permit that's being requested, and I understand they tick off all the boxes. And I wish there was a way that we could put a covenant on it that all the works of their private sewer collection system would revert to the CVRD and whatever sewer service that they might become part of in the future. But my understanding is we don't have that ability to do that. So this is another one of those tick the box, hold your nose and put your hand up sort of thing. So with that, I will turn to Director Acton, and I have Wilson after her.
Thank you. Good points. I'm willing to move it. I'd like to just reaffirm that the Parks Commission did look at it and they did not see a need for a trail. So they've taken the cash in lieu. Also, you're all right about the septic systems and that, but we're kind of, between a rock and a hard place. At least it is in an area where we want higher density. And and one day the sewer will go by and they'll all hook up, and probably by then they'll look like monster lots.
Thank you.
I should say that.
Can I get you to hold your motion for a moment? I just demoted you, Ms. Herrera. Ms. Herrera online to answer Director Salmon's question, and then I'll go to Director Wilson. So Ms. Herrera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it is going to be cash in lieu for the subdivision and no trail dedication or park dedication.
Yeah, it is follow up. So
I didn't go to the Parks Commission. I know the park staff reached out to them and said they would defer to staff, and that was staff's comment.
And I see Director Acton nodding in agreement. Go back for a follow-up, Director Salmon.
Yeah, I'm just more curious. I think it was too steep was one of the issues, but in future, if the large property in the northeast subdivided, there could be a better route, and as it was identified in the master plan, that would be a good spot. But I'm just curious, do we even have the right? Can we put a covenant across this kind of common area if we wanted to? Is that even a possibility?
I'm looking at Mr. Limshoe's searching his mind right now.
Yes, I don't want to say that it's not impossible to ask for it. Certainly, it's something that we can raise with the applicant. I think we just have to be clear as to what the covenant will be for, and in what location.
Right. Okay. Well, we can talk offline about it. I assume is the most appropriate way to deal with that.
Can you connect with the director, the two directors afterwards?
I will.
Thank you. I've got Director Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm getting somewhat bemused by some of the discussions which are going on here, because we're pointing out more and more often that you've come to me or us with an application, you've ticked all the boxes, and all we have to do is say yes or no. And the next thing you know, we're talking about covenants and wiggly lines and everything else that goes with it. Let's stay on track here. All we're being asked to do, here is the application. Do you approve it or not? We could have done that 20 minutes ago.
Thank you, Director Wilson. Go to Director Acton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, so perhaps could staff repeat that? I understood that they said that the Parks Commission sent it back for staff to decide. I didn't remember it that way. I remembered it as staff not seeing it. Parks Commission not seeing the value of taking any parkland.
Ms. Herrera? Did we lose Ms. Herrera?
I am here. Thanks.
Oh, excellent.
So the comment on the parks plan essentially was, this was back in January, that I think the commission maybe wasn't quite formed, or the appointments maybe weren't there. They'd spoken to the previous chair, and they provided sort of informal comments that the commission would leave it up to park staff to determine if it was feasible, and if not, then receive cash in lieu. And from staff's perspective, they recommended cash in lieu.
Director Acton?
So I'm starting to doubt the decision now, because Director Salmon brings up an interesting point. If they could give up the pathway, because I forget how much it is on this one. We've read so many applications today, but if it's $10,000 instead of a piece of parkland, if we could make the parkland the trail that the access that cuts through, that would probably in the long run be much more beneficial to the community than $10,000 that gets you nothing.
Director Acton, do you want to refer this back to staff to explore the trail as opposed to a cash in lieu recommendation?
Yeah, like if that, because I'm sorry, I'm getting them mixed up with other ones, I think, because I thought the commission had actually looked at it, but it's starting to come back to me that maybe Mrs. Herrera's right. It never actually got completed because of the formation of the commission. So this looks like a big missed opportunity if we don't look at it again. I would feel more comfortable if we sent it back and just waited 2 weeks.
Hold that thought. Mr. Farquhar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would concur with Director Acton. This particular property has been in the forefront for 15 odd years. And I know over the years, several applications have come forward, and various advisory park commissions in Shawnigan Lake, along with staff, have looked at it. There certainly are some issues with respect to slope going up through the overall properties. And I know that was something that staff took to bear when looking at kind of the opportunities for a pathway or trail. But I would support, if the committee wishes to defer back to staff, we could take a further look at it and bring a report back and delve back into what was looked at with previous commissions as well, because there were some challenges identified with this particular opportunity for a pathway connection because of grades. Thank you.
So Director Acton, would you be moving that this be referred back to staff to explore further parks amenity contributions?
Thank you.
Seconded by Director Yanni DiNardo. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed, that motion carries. Next item. How are we doing? Does anybody need a break? Everybody needs a break. It is currently 5:46, 5:55, please. We make this a short one. We're almost at the end. See you in 9 minutes. Microphones and cameras off. The message that was up was anyone that wants to pose questions regarding today's agenda items, could you please do so at legislativeservices@cvrd.bc.ca. That is, legislative services is all one word, all lowercase. And we are now coming to item R10 on the agenda, which I will now turn to Mr. Lim Shu for his introduction of that file, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So item R10 relates to application number 12-E-17DP. It's basically a development permit application. The subject property is located on Barjum Road. So as you can see before you, the proposed development entails the creation of a 8-lot subdivision. Lots 1 through 8. The subject property's currently got a couple zones related to it: suburban residential 2 and primary forest 1. As outlined, the overall site is approximately 18.7 hectares, which is 46.2 acres. The proposed layout, as you can see above, the total lot yield was based on the bylaw calculations. So there's some unique features to the site, the big one being the wetlands, as was alluded to the comments at the very beginning of the meeting, and the sensitivity around the wetlands. So within the zoning bylaw, the area of the wetlands is actually taken out of the equation. So what happens is you take the overall lot area, subtract the area of all the wetlands comprised on the property, divided by the minimum parcel size to give you your proposed lot yield. So by the time you do all that, you end up with 0.1, in this case, 8 lots. As outlined in the staff report, the proposed subdivision, as shown in front of you, actually meets the bylaw, the zoning bylaw provisions. The issue here relates to the fact that the property is subject to 2 development permit areas: the riparian area regulations DPA, as well as the wetland protection DPA. And really, I suspect that's where the focus of the discussion will be focused on is, are the guidelines outlined in the OCP for both the riparian area regulations DPA as well as the wetland protection DPA, is the intent of those guidelines being met through the development permit process? So in terms of the layout, I think it's obvious in terms of the lots that are being proposed. In addition, the layout also indicates a trail along this side of proposed lot 6 and 7. So that's the eastern side of proposed lot 6 and 7, as well as park dedication along the west side of proposed lot 1. And this dedication is in keeping with discussions that have been had previously with the Parks Commission. Included in the application are the riparian area report that was prepared in 2018, as well as a follow-up report entitled Impact Assessment Report, prepared by the QEP, the Qualified Environmental Professional. Basically, providing an inventory as to what's on the site now in terms of sensitive habitat. The report does point out that on this particular site, it's home to 7 of the 9 native amphibians. Amphibian species found on Vancouver Island. So it's quite sensitive, and the reports do acknowledge that. The map that you see before you is, in general sense, identifying not only the wetland areas in blue, but in red, it also makes recommendation. These are the recommended buffer areas to protect those wetland areas. In addition to the buffer around the existing wetland, there's also a recommendation to create a 10-meter corridor along a portion of Lot 2 and Lot 1. Further to that recommendation is the recommendation to provide, I'll call it directional fencing to direct the little toadlets across Barnjum Road towards Wake Lake during the season in which they hatch and make their way across. The recommendation by staff, through the combination of the development permit, and certainly the development permit is outlined a number of attachments, which includes the RAR report as well as the subsequent report prepared by the QEP as part of the VP, and recommendation is to follow the various recommendations outlined in those reports, be registered on title. In addition to the DP, there's a subsequent conservation covenant registered on title as well to ensure the protection. Well, first of all, to ensure that the areas of concern, so that would include both the wetland area as well as the buffer area, are clearly identified on a map and protected through the covenant. Along with the buffer areas, there would be also provisions made for protecting that corridor along Barnjum Road. So with that, I think I'll just open the floor for questions, because I know there probably will be a lot of questions related to this application.
Thank you, Mr. Limshu. Can you remove your presentation so I can get the gallery view back up? And I just had a note from someone watching. Are you all able to hear me clearly? I was sort of accused of heavy breathing into my microphone earlier, and then someone said they couldn't hear me talking. So everybody sounds good? Okay. I have, who would like to ask questions of staff? Director Nicholson.
Thank you. I don't know where to start. This is rather like R8. They've checked the boxes, but it is a travesty. This is an extremely sensitive area, and it's acknowledged in the reports, but there's been little to try to really mitigate the development pressure that the wetlands are going to receive and amphibians are going to feel. So a couple of things. First off, that were raised by the comments at the beginning. One is about the toad migration routes. So how can we be confident that the QEP had adequate information about the toad migration in that area?
Within the through the committee, within the RER report and even the subsequent report, the impact assessment report, the QEP does make reference to previous studies that were done prior to the application being brought forward. So in those subsequent reports, there was reference to two previous reports done with respect to the study of the amphibians habitat in the area, and certainly the information outlined in those reports were taken into account with respect to the recommendation provided by the QEP.
Director Nicholson, second question.
So I know that I've spoken several times with the biologist who's most knowledgeable about this area and who's done most of the work. Some of the reports aren't published, but there is a lot of local knowledge. And I think in this particular case, that really should be brought to bear. In addition, what was raised by the speakers, the public information that we got at the beginning was that there was questions about whether all the wetland areas had been adequately identified. And I know that area is somewhat dynamic. It is not it's an area with sort of perched wetlands, and there's lots of flooding and changes that go on that landscape. And I'm just wondering if the information would have been adequate on where the wetlands are.
Mr. Limshu?
At this point, I can only go by what's written in the reports supplied to me by the QEP. Certainly, I'm relying on their professional experience and knowledge with respect to their experience in dealing with sensitive habitats on the site and in general. Unfortunately, the QEP is not here to address the matter under normal circumstances. So at this point in time, I've just got all I can say is that, yeah, my reliance is on what I've read in the material supplied to me by the applicants and their professionals.
And I'll go to a third question from Director Nicholson, then to Director Kuhn.
So I think this is an example of where it is really useful for these things to be referred to the APC. And I recognize we have a difficult time right now, but I think that there needs to be some checks on this kind of a important environmental area. And I would like to refer it back to the APC under the assumption that they're going to be functioning probably by June.
I've got a speakers list here, and I might bring staff in to discuss the merits of a development permit referral to APC, but I'll go to Director Kuhn first.
I have driven through this area many times, and I've driven through this area when these little toads and frogs were on the move, and there were thousands of them, and I watched some young women collecting them and carrying them across the road, and I'm quite impressed with that whole area. And I do have concerns with that whole subdivision proposal. I wonder if it couldn't be sent back to staff and to see if staff could come up, or if staff in agreement with the applicants could come up with a different configuration. To me, this is a very valuable area, and just a covenant, I don't think it does justice. I would like to see somehow an arrangement where these wetland areas are totally taken out of the private ownership, or if there's some, I don't know how to do it, but there should be some way of enabling the applicants of subdividing some of that land and putting houses on there, but the wetlands will have to be separate. Because I could just see what could happen is in years down the road, either somebody will drain something, or they have their kids go in there and destroy stuff. And I am concerned about it. This is a very valuable area. I agree with Allison. I think that's it has to be preserved. So anyway, that's my.
I now have Director Acton, followed by Yanni Donardo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I agree with Director Nicholson and Director Kuhn. I really think that maybe this is an opportunity to send it back to staff and, look at doing some clustering, or like maybe there's a way to still get the kind of density that the developers are looking for, but, really preserving the landscape, like Director Kuhn had said. So I don't support sending it to the APC. I don't think that's the route to go. They don't have the expertise or the planning background to come up with something, and they're not even operating right now. So, for the sake of the little frogs, I think we could certainly take a little extra time on this.
Mr. Limshu, it sounds to me like the committee could use some clarification as to the extent of the interaction between staff and the applicant at this point. Do you have anything further to bring to committee as in regards to the discussions to this point on the concerns that have been raised?
Myself, because I'm the planner, staff planner for this application, have been in contact with the applicant to discuss the application and the concerns, not only raised by the public today, but also concerns that have been raised based on my review of the file over the last 2 years. And so the proposal that they've brought forward, and again, based on the recommendation and direction from their QEP, has been their efforts to try to best address those concerns while complying with the zoning bylaws that are in place at the moment. I think there is a recognition that by both the applicant, the QEP, and myself, that there is a high level of sensitivity around the wetlands and the amphibians in the area. And I think, certainly the applicants want to put their best foot forward, if you will, to try to address those concerns as best as they can.
Thank you. Go to Director Yanni Donardo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess this is just more of a comment, and I absolutely agree with Director Kuhn that really, if there's a possibility that this could be sent back, because these are what we years ago never knew that much about, which we have always been highlighted. The wetlands are just a gold mine for the environment and the water and the filtration. And so if there's at all possible that this could be rejigged or something else, I don't know if the APC or whatever, I think it would be really valuable. I've heard from people for the last 11 years, 12 years, whatever I've been on the board now, that this Wake Lake is really a gem and needs to be protected all around it. So if there's a way that we can do something different and try and save what we can, would be really, really valuable.
Thank you, Director Yanni Donardo. Director Kuhn. Director Kuhn, just before you start, I see Ms. Chiralf her screen has just popped up. You've already had a chance to speak, so let me invite Ms. Chiralf to address this, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ensure that the committee was clear on the recommendation. So the recommendation being that the development permit be issued subject to registration of a restrictive covenant that would afford some protection to the wetland and corridor areas. But the second component of the recommendation is for an exemption to the minimum 10% lot frontage requirement for lots 3 and 7. So that's the discretionary element of this report and this recommendation. If you were to decide against that portion of the report, the recommendation, this proposal could not proceed in its current configuration. For your information, staff did have significant conversations about the opportunity or potential to cluster lots. I understand there are some technical issues that drive the layout that's proposed that also relate to road safety and the location of the access in relation to roads. So that's also a consideration. Lot averaging isn't currently allowed within the zone. That's my understanding. So that is a mechanism that we kind of dealt with that earlier in a proposed strata where you can have an average lot size as opposed to a minimum. But staff could potentially explore that as an option with the applicant if you're not prepared to move forward at this time. And the other thing that I wanted to state is that we've been working with Ledge Services to try to find a mechanism for applicants to be able to speak in these WebEx meetings, because that's also an important kind of part of the process, is giving the applicant an opportunity to be heard and to perhaps voice their concerns and rationale for the proposal that they're putting forward. So if you were to refer this back to staff, we could talk to the applicant, and perhaps by the time you have your next meeting, there might be an opportunity for the applicant to actually participate as well. Thank you.
Go to Director Kuhn next.
Yes, I move that we refer it back to staff, and I have another reason for doing that as well, and that is I'm sure the applicants were very well aware of what kind of property they were buying at the time when they bought it. I mean, if I buy a piece of property and there's an awful lot of wetland on there, I know I can't get it all developed. I mean, that's just the way it is. And I think that's the reality that the applicants are going to have to face. That's the way I look at it. And I think for that reason, it should be referred back, and there should be discussions going on as to how to solve this. I'm not against the applicants doing something with those properties, but we do have to preserve the wetland. There's no other solution from my way. Thank you.
So I'll go to Director Yanni DiNardo. I think is about to make a referral motion, but I'm just going to make this comment, and I will support a referral motion. But I read this application twice, and as I said, I'll support this moving to a referral back to staff. This file is in excess of 2 years old, and it definitely falls into that category of they've ticked all the boxes. I think you've probably got an applicant that's willing to work with staff to address as many concerns as we've raised here. I would just caution that we all are in a position where we, to some extent, are dealing with a development permit that the conditions have been met. And as Ms. Chiralf has stated, the only discretionary part about this is the lot frontage. So I will encourage staff to make every effort to relay the concerns of the committee to the applicants when you're having that discussion, and maybe even have them review the tape of this meeting. And I would ask that you make every effort to bring this back so that it can be addressed in a reasonable time frame. 2 years is a little long for an application, even though this is a very, very sensitive and important area. I go to Director Yanni DiNardo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to refer this back to staff. And 2 years to losing something.
Okay, let me get a seconder.
I think
Is
I
there
did.
a seconder?
Yeah, I did.
Director Kuhn, go ahead, Director Yanni Denard, on the propriety of referral.
The 2 years of this one that's been in the queue, but when we lose wetlands, we lose them forever. And it's really, really critically important. And I understand the dilemma with the applicants as well, but I think this is critical that we have a sober second thought. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? There's none opposed. That motion carries. You've got enough direction on that one, Mr. Limshu?
I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item, R12. Who will be presenting that one? You, Mr. Limshu?
Sorry about that. I don't actually have a slide. The report that was prepared was basically for the committee's information. So it's a quarterly report just to give you basically a snapshot as to where we are with respect to applications we received for the first quarter and how it compares to 2019 and 2018. You know, as you can see from the different tables, table 1 and table 2, let's go to table 2. In terms of total number of applications received in 2020, first quarter 2020, were basically similar to the number of applications received in the first quarter of 2018. As far as application fees collected, we're slightly down in 2020. This could be attributed to COVID-19, although we weren't, I think Q2, when I prepared the report for the second quarter, we'll definitely see whether or not there has been impact with respect to COVID-19, because we will have been right into the event. Whereas in Q1, we were just gearing up. And I think for the latter part of Q1, there was a time period in there where we weren't receiving new applications. I think it was a week and a half or two-week period. Since that time, we have changed that mindset, and we are currently receiving new applications electronically. And I've been receiving, I've actually been receiving applications fairly consistently over the last second quarter. Questions?
Any questions for Mr. Limshu? Seeing done, thank you very much. And I don't believe we have any unfinished business. We have a new business item. And that will be, I believe, Ms. Sherrill to present that item. And I believe it was sent out. I don't know if it was published, but Ms. Sherrill, please, we've been waiting for this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to provide a little bit more detail than I normally would in a report, recognizing that there might be people listening who won't have had the opportunity to read the report. So the purpose of the report is to advise the committee and the board of options to hold electronic advisory committee meetings and electronic public hearings resulting from Ministerial Order 139, which was issued on May 1st. So staff are seeking confirmation that the board would like to proceed with planning and land use decision-making processes utilizing the measures afforded under Order M139. And we are making 2 recommendations. The first is that staff develop procedures to guide the conduct of public hearings by means of electronic or other communication facilities in consultation with the Electoral Area Services Committee Chair and Legal Counsel. We advise that there are actually 3 possible formats for public hearings at the current time. So these are one being a traditional public hearing with physical distancing, and this works if the number of attendees is expected to be less than 50 people, and physical distancing measures are taken to limit participants' risk of coronavirus exposure. If more than 50 people attend, the public hearing cannot legally be held. The second option would be an electronic public hearing. So this format would allow more than 50 participants and would pose no risk of coronavirus exposure for members of the public. However, we'd have to resolve the technical requirements to hold public hearings that way, and also procedural rules to ensure that the electronic public hearing would be fair and transparent and accessible to the public. The third option would be a hybrid public hearing. So that would be both a traditional in-person public hearing with the option for electronic participation. And this would also work if you anticipate the number of attendees to be less than 50, because again, if you have more than 50 people, you can't legally hold the hearing. So this one's the most flexible, but it's also the most resource intensive. So the staff recommendation for clarity is to proceed with the option for electronic public hearings only, which would pose no risk of coronavirus exposure for members of the public. Our second recommendation is that staff would investigate the feasibility of holding electronic advisory commission meetings. So this was one of the really positive outcomes of Order 139, which replaced Order, I believe it was Order 83, which didn't extend the same sort of flexibility to regional district commissions and to public hearings. So with that, you would be able to have electronic meetings for your advisory planning commissions, your parks commissions, and other volunteer commissions, and seek input on matters of a discretionary nature where community input's extremely valuable. So we've actually found as staff looking at applications, it's been challenging, particularly with rezonings, to not have the opportunity to refer to the community's further input. So before we proceed down that road, however, we would want to poll our commission members to confirm their technological capacity to participate, and whether or not the meetings would be live streamed. So commission meetings are not normally live streamed in the same way that board and committee meetings are. And commission members aren't necessarily used to or comfortable being in front of a camera. So having said that, live streaming meetings would provide an opportunity for the public to observe the proceedings, which would align with direction from the province in general, principles of good governance. So the other aspect that needs to be considered is that because we have so many advisory commissions, it would likely make more sense for referrals to those commissions to be targeted rather than to kind of take a business as usual approach by holding regular monthly meetings, because we have 19 active commissions. And further to that, I've noted that we don't know what the costs would be for holding electronic meetings, and we'd be able to report back to you depending on the format that you choose to proceed with. Happy to answer questions.
Questions for our General Manager of Land Use Services? I see none. Is there someone really willing to move the resolution that's before us? Moved by Director Wilson, seconded by Director Yanni DiNardo. Any discussion on that item? I see no hands. All those in favor? Any opposed? Oh, I see we had a time lag. The motion carries, but I'll go to Director Nicholson for comment.
Thank you. Sorry, my only comment is I would appreciate having some input into it. I think that there's quite a bit of sensitivity about the community being able to provide input to the board right now, and I would appreciate having an opportunity to provide input on this front, as well as the chair of EASC.
I'll take all of the considerations that anybody wants to put forward to those discussions, and nothing will be happening until there's a discussion with yourselves and our other colleagues at the board. Fair enough? Thank you for that input, Director Nicholson. Looking at our, I have to go back into agenda. I believe the next item on the agenda was, hang on. was question period. And before I go to asking Ms. Legault if there were any questions submitted by members of the public, I just wanted to, and maybe I'm feeling a little punchy right now, but I did commit to respond to a question that was posed at the end of our last EASC meeting, which I was a little confused about because there was an intimation that somehow we were leaving taxpayers exposed to having to purchase a ladder truck for the Villa Airy development that was being proposed, and that we were going to put the taxpayers on the hook for a new building to house the new ladder truck that would be required. And I was a little confused in that I saw no information in the report from staff that indicated that there was going to be a 6-story building sited on that property. So my commitment was, well, the question was, does the committee know how much a ladder truck costs? And does the committee know how much it costs for a building to house the ladder truck? And so I did reach out to staff, and I guess my confusion was justified because there's no indication within the staff's recommendations that there was going to be a 6-story building built there. There was indications of 3, possibly 4, and maybe at a maximum of 5, but those would all be internally sprinklered with internal standpipes and external standpipes that would, and because of the topography of the land, there wouldn't ever be a requirement for the Malahat Fire Department to have a ladder truck to fight fires on that site. So I think that what had happened was the person making the inquiry had read something very preliminary in the applicant's rationale for the redevelopment of the site, but that was after discussion with staff, negotiated down to where there would be other provisions where that wouldn't be made wouldn't be a requirement any further. So no, I didn't go and find out how much a ladder truck to fight a 6-story fire would be, and I didn't go and find out how much a new building would cost, because neither of those things are required at this point. So with that, I've fulfilled my commitment to Mr. Evans from last week. Ms. Legault, do we have any questions for the chair of today's meeting?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've received 2 emails. The first email is from Cliff Evans from Shawnigan Lake, and he asks 2 questions. First, shouldn't the neighbors of the application for item R7 have an opportunity to comment on the file on the overheight roof, even if they just own bare land next door? How would you feel if you owned the neighboring property and planned on building a home with a view and then discovered that the CBRD just gave permission to block the view? Shouldn't neighboring properties at least be allowed to comment on this variance?
My understanding of the file, and was mentioned by several of the directors, that this was a very large piece of property, and information contained in the property was that the siting and the height of this would have no impact on neighboring properties. Next question. Mr. Limshu, these are questions for the director, or for the chair, not for staff. Next question.
Question 2 is related to item R8. How will public know that the developers have been told by the CBRD that there may be problems with contaminated water in their wells? They should be checked before a lot of expense is spent on development.
I believe it was made very clear that that was a concern raised in the public input and by directors during the course of the debate on this discussion, and I have found that for the most part that our staff are very diligent in following up on directions from committee. Ms. Legault, next person.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next submission is from Susan Kaufman. Mr. Chair, today was very confusing in regards to community consultation. One hand wanting to ensure consultation, and the other hand moving to delete community consultation. On 12/17 development DP, the Barnum Road subdivision, greatly appreciate the referral back to staff. It is clear the community does not support the subdivision layout and places a high degree of importance on preservation of the wetland. Does this indicate not enough public consultation and care of the applicable OCP policies at the time of rezoning? And as a follow-up, there are a few development permit applications with concerns. Does this indicate the DPA areas and policies need to be addressed sooner rather than later?
Well, I'll respond to the second question first, because the first question I may have to have reread to me, but development permit areas are established within official community plans. And those have been established. They have received approval by the board and approval by the community. So unless there is something initiated to change, those development permits are followed and are almost of a technical procedural nature for approval. So I don't anticipate there being, and I haven't heard, and I will inquire with staff, but other than the harmonized and the modernized OCP exercise that's going on, I haven't seen a significant outcry to change development permit areas and the nature of what's being demanded of them. Could you please reread the first part of that first question?
So this is in regard to the Barnjum Road subdivision. Appreciating the referral to staff, and the comment is, it is clear the community does not support the subdivision layout and places a high degree of importance on preservation of the wetland. Does this indicate not enough public consultation and care of the applicable OCP policies at the time of rezoning?
Well, I certainly wouldn't go into reading the minds of the individual directors that approved the zoning of these particular properties at the time. But I do know that with the questions that are before us are development permits and the discretionary part of the variance for the 10% frontage of the roads. The previous zoning was established through an approved process by the board of the day, and subsequent tweaks and changes to official community plans and development permits were the responsibility of the board of the day. We have to administer those to the best of our ability, and I think you had the best of our colleagues today questioning what we could question, asking for a sober second thought, and we're doing what we can within the laws that we have today. There's my answer. Any further questions come in since we started?
That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Legault. I want to reach out and applaud and thank everyone on the call today, the committee, for their work. We had some trying stuff to get through. We have done. I think next week should be an interesting meeting. And I would take a motion to adjourn with thanks. Moved by Director Kuhn, seconded by Director Smith. All those in favor? I see none opposed. We are. Is Director Nicholson
well done.
Director Nicholson is frantically waving at her camera. I think she wants to say something. No, she doesn't. Okay. Good night, everyone. Thank you very much. Have a great day and a great weekend.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. Good job.
Yep. Thank you.
Good job. Yes. Well done.